never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Ready or not. Yeah, those Mondays roll around awful quick, don't they? So we close out another weekend, another day in the books. We'll be working our way into 22nd day of February. Final week, as a matter of fact, of February. Last day, next Sunday, we'll be wrapping up 28 days in February this year. And March is on the horizon. As far as I'm concerned, it can't get here soon enough. Oh, my. So after the wild and crazy week, brought thanks to Mother Nature last week, a lot more information coming in as far as what had unfolded. Obviously, with the cold weather into the deep south, the warm-up is officially underway. You got into the 50s in Dallas this past day. They're talking 60s for later today. Power has been restored to most, well under 100,000. I think they're somewhere between 50 and 70,000 last check. I'll double check on that. But still dealing with widespread water issues. So many counties had so many homes with broken water pipes. The water pressure dropping low enough to where boil water advisories are still in place. I believe, was it 190 counties? A large number of counties still under boil water advisories. I believe Houston and Galveston were actually able to lift their boil water advisories this past day. So some improvement is on the way. but it's going to take a long time to get life back to normal in much of Texas. So, we've got all the very latest, the fallout. By late last week, when people were dying for lack of power, succumbing to the elements, kind of had a sneaky suspicion at that point in time there's going to be some lawsuits being filed. And the first that I'm aware of it has already been filed. Family that lost their child due to lack of power has sued, I guess it's the power grid operators. I think it's like $100 million. Probably the first of many suits that are going to be filed against as they try to, again, unravel what actually unfolded. We're also seeing, remember last week when we shared a story that when the price on the spot market for the power jumped like 10,000%, price for electricity, because it was so scarce, was off the charts. There was a little blurb about the cost of fully charging your Tesla automobile, that it would cost you like $900 last week in Texas to charge your Tesla. I thought that was just based on the price of power on the spot market, but it was legitimately. People are now telling us seeing power bills in the thousands of dollars coming in. I'm seeing various reports, and I'll share some of these stories with you. But you talk about sticker shock. You get a bill. I guess people can log online or whatever and check their current status on their bill through your energy provider. And some people are saying, I got an $8,000 bill for a few days of power generation. Now, the story of one woman said, last month my bill was like $193 for the month. And I'm looking at an $8,000 bill this month. What am I supposed to do? So that's another unfolding story there. Are they actually going to pass those costs on to the consumers there in Texas for trying to stay warm last week? That's another whole debate, another Pandora's box that has been opened up. So just a few items we'll be touching on as we head into the early hours of a Monday here. Hope you had a great weekend. So with a look at our travelers' weather, where we typically start things off on any given night, February, of course, we know it's been a wild ride of wintry weather for most major cities all over the country. We are looking at, yes, another storm system that's going to bring some snow to start the new week here. Thank goodness the snow is going to be much farther to the north, areas where you would typically anticipate seeing some snow this time of year, stretching from places as we speak, from, say, Green Bay to Oshkosh, Wisconsin, down to Milwaukee. Snow for much of the lower peninsula of Michigan. You're pretty much locked in. Northern portions of the lower peninsula, it's some lighter snow, but you get down towards from Lansing to Saginaw, you've got some bands of fairly decent snow coming down at this hour. Snow in Toledo, snow over into Fort Wayne. It looks like you've got some warmer air trying to press in from the south there in Fort Wayne. You're going to see the transition from some early snow, probably as we progress through the night, a transition over to plain old rain. Rain in Ohio, or some places a little mixed bag of precipitation, primarily north of the I-70 corridor. Now, I know in Cincinnati, the radar's depicting a little bit of rain. I think the atmosphere still a little too dry, not reaching the ground yet, but you've got a stream of moisture that stretches down through southern Indiana, the southern reaches of Illinois, some pockets of heavier rain between Nashville and Memphis, and a very thin line of a shower and activity stretching from about Jonesboro, Arkansas, all the way down into the southwestern corner of Arkansas. But as far as the snowy side of this latest system, ice and snow from Texas and Mississippi to New York and Maine, that was last week. Millions without power. Yeah, you're getting a break for some. But the northern tier of the country, not going to be so lucky as this next system moves in. Storm that started taking shape over the weekend, Saturday night and Sunday morning. We saw some snow through parts of Nebraska, Iowa, northern Missouri. In just a few hours, snow piled up quickly in Omaha Sunday morning. They had 5 inches on the ground before 10 a.m. But as we progressed through the day, snow beginning to spread, as we said, through parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and northern Michigan. As we head on into the day, Monday, that storm's going to sweep across the northeast from southwestern Pennsylvania to New Hampshire and Maine. It's a relatively fast-moving storm. That'll keep the snow accumulations down compared to what we've seen with some of these recent storms over the past week. With the quick-moving nature of the storm, it's likely to keep most areas from seeing more than 6 inches, including the cities of Omaha, Green Bay, and Harrisburg, PA, on up to the Boston area. Now, they do say areas that see a little bit of lake effect enhancement for the snow could be talking 12 to 15 inches along some of the lake shores. But even with just a couple of inches of snow, that's going to be slowing down your travel once again on secondary roads and some of our major interstates. Parts of I-80 and I-90 could be impacted by this one. Exercise caution on the roads. Of course, in parts of Pennsylvania and New York, it may only snow for a brief period of time, for just a few hours. And things will clear out pretty quickly. Despite the snow for just a brief time, though, it could come down fairly heavy and catch you off guard out there on the roads. A little bit of a surprise for the morning commute along parts of the mid-Atlantic, according to AccuWeather. A burst of heavy snow could arrive just early enough in the morning around Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, perhaps even Philadelphia. Well, we could see treacherous travel for a couple of hours before the changeover to plain old rain there. Later in the day, we'll see that mix of rain and snow likely further north along I-95, stretching from New York City to Boston. Temperatures forecast to remain above zero, so not anticipating any accumulation of the snow there. Another way this storm is going to be different than the last few is in regards to the temperatures following the storm. Instead of another shot of Arctic air in the wake of the storm, we're actually awaiting the arrival of a surge of warmer air spreading from the center of the country onto the north and the east that's going to bring some milder conditions right on through midweek. We'll take that. Warmer air could allow for temperatures in the Central Plains to jump as much as 40 degrees versus what you were looking at last week. That milder air also means locations across the South that were hit by multiple waves of wintry weather so far this month will be spared those sort of scenarios this time around. But we will be watching rain arriving in parts of Virginia, North Carolina, which were hit hard with at least 3 rounds of ice in about a week's time. But it's a pretty drastic warm-up. With the additional rain, that could bring some localized. You turn the page over, now you start talking about potential flooding issues. Following this storm and the bit of a warm-up, there's a chance for areas to see a brief wave of rain or snow. But compared to earlier this month, the eastern half of the country will indeed be less stormy here for the final week of February. We'll take a little break in the action. I'll welcome that. And as far as Old Man Winter's concerned, I'll welcome rain any day versus more snowfall. You're finally beginning to get some of the ice dams and the gutters to melt away. Water's beginning to flow. And we'll see a lot of this ground cover of snowpack melting away this week. Even here in southwest Ohio, last I saw, they're talking 40s to start the week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe even into the 50s by midweek. But then there's going to be several days where the forecast models right now are showing the gray, overcast, rainy conditions, maybe for 3 or 4 days consecutively. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, after the plunging temperatures bombarded so much of the central and eastern USA last week, let's talk a bit more about the warm-up. Right on the heels of record low temperatures in the middle of the country, the pattern change brings an end to the winter chill. The jet stream versus that big southward plunge we saw last week. It's bulging northward now. So that warmer Pacific air races into the middle of the country between now and Tuesday. A rebound started over the weekend. Temperatures will continue to moderate even more over the next several days. Matter of fact, over the upcoming week, temperatures will surge 30, 40, even 50 degrees higher than what we were talking about last week. That would be a welcome relief. Wednesday of this week, we're expected to see temperatures ranging from 40 degrees in Chicago to the lower 70s in Houston. That's going to follow those low temperatures from the middle of last week where we were talking 5 below zero in Chicago. It was all the way down to 13 degrees above zero, all the way down into Houston, Texas. Of course, we saw the horrific icing scenario there. In some areas, the temperature swing may be enough to bring afternoon highs far enough above normal to where it's actually going to feel a little bit like spring. Will you take that? Today, Rapid City, South Dakota, your forecast to reach 50 degrees this afternoon. The high in St. Louis on Tuesday, forecast to be 57 degrees. Those are actually above normal, abnormally warm temperatures for this time of year, and more normal for the third. These would be temperatures you'd be looking for probably like in the third week of March. So the accelerating thaw is going to help natural melting of the snow and ice, but areas made wet by daytime temperatures can again become icy once the sun goes down. You're going to have to be watching for black ice this week. But even the thaw can cause some pipes that split, but were still frozen at this point, to begin releasing water. You'll have to be watching for that. Property owners may want to thoroughly inspect all the pipes before turning the water back on. Yes, some had turned the water off just in case, especially those that had lost power and whatnot. The pattern change expected this week will shoot out the Arctic air. It's going to be all bottled up north of the border. I'm going to keep it up in Canada, which we'll take that. But with the colder air locked up to the north, that warmer air is going to be able to trickle as far to the north as the eastern seaboard. By the middle portion of this week, we'll take that. Temperatures turn around, will not be nearly as dramatic in the eastern seaboard areas as we're going to see back in the central portions of the country. But yes, it will be noticeably warmer compared to last week. You'll be 10, 20, as much as maybe 30 degrees warmer than you were a week ago. We're going to bounce from the teens and 20s in the central Appalachians. Wrapping up the weekend, you'll be in the 30s and lower 40s by midweek. Highs along the I-95 corridor trending upward into the 40s for Boston and New York City. We'll be looking at even 50s and close to 60 for Washington, D.C. by the time we get to the middle of this week. For comparison, Boston's normal high would be lower 40s for this time of year. New York City typically climbs in the mid-40s during the last week of February. D.C., you typically have highs right around 50 degrees this time of year. So there you go. As we look toward ending the month of February, the weather pattern may regress a little bit, at least bringing back some early March, your typical winter chill, they tell us. Forecasters believe that while some cold air may reach the south central states and produce slightly below average temperatures for early March, it's not going to be nearly as extreme as what we saw this past week in the deep south. So when they were talking about these incredible power bills, they weren't kidding. After enduring the wretched week of Arctic storms, hunger and cold, Texans are being handled another pain point right now in the form of massive electric bills. 36-year-old David Astrian in Houston, who's a human resource director at a manufacturing company, said he's been charged $2,738 and some change so far in the month of February versus a $129 bill in January. A 3-bedroom home with a detached garage. He and his wife stopped using the dishwasher, the washer, the dryer. They turned on as few lights as possible. They kept the heat on for their 5-month-old son during the storm. So this is just one of a swath of customers that are being handed sky-high payments. Many taking to social media showing electric bills ranging as high as $8,000. According to their screenshots, most are customers of Griddy Energy. That's a power supplier that has a rather unique business model. The Macquarie Energy-backed company charges electricity based on real-time prices in the wholesale power market, therefore exposing consumers to the full swings we saw. Now, this company actually said they saw the problem developing and actually urged their retail customers last weekend to switch to another provider. By Sunday, not this past day, but Sunday a week ago, about 20% of their customers had actually managed to change providers, but not Astrium. We were stuck with Griddy in these astronomical prices. The failure in Texas as a whole to plan for this is now a financial emergency for those customers that are on a program like Griddy, and they're not going to be the only one. For Griddy, that business model meant that they got only a very small cut of Astrium's bill. It says, I want to highlight on the $2,738 bill, Griddy only made $6.48. According to the chief executive, that we only made $9.99 per month on all the other charges as a pass-through. So for Griddy customers, this you'd be furious. As scant surprise after the scorching summer of 2019 also resulted in incredibly high bills. Now, this phenomenon is unique in Texas, where the retail power industry is, as we learned last week, entirely deregulated. Texas governor convened an emergency meeting over the weekend to address this latest spike. Now, he says he's working with members of the legislature to try and develop some sort of a solution to ensure Texans are not on the hook for these unreasonable spikes in their electric bill. One Texas representative said this past day, the current plan is to use federal assistance funding to help homeowners with both post-storm repairs due to water damage and bursted pipes and some of these surprise utility bills. Federal assistance from the federal government is what Texas needs right now so desperately. The state attorney general has already opened a probe into the power failures and issued civil investigative demands to several companies, including the power company Griddy. Now, last week, in a blog post, Griddy said that the prices were sky high because the Public Utilities Commission of Texas forced wholesale prices to $9 a kilowatt hour. That's about 300 times more than normal. We know you're angry, and so are we. We intend to fight this for and alongside our customers. Griddy said last Friday they were looking for relief from the Electric Reliability Council there in Texas and the Public Utilities Commission of Texas for those consumers exposed to these incredible bills. So as the power comes back on in Texas, new websites have sprung up to help organize potential class action lawsuits. At least 4 of the new domains signal that the target may be ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council, because they operate about 75% of the state's electricity. Now, as far as Arstein and his $2,700 bill, he said he plans to pay the bill out of his own funds and said Gritty has not reached out to him with any relief or remedy plan. Gritty said on their website, starting next month, they will have what they call price protection, aimed at removing the risk for any future spikes like this. But can you imagine? Yeah, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 electric bill just trying to stay warm in the winter months. Again, I see probably many class action lawsuits forthcoming for the Electric Reliability Council, which last week was not very reliable, was it? All right, one more stop on the weather advisory page, whereas last week we had so much of the country filled in with winter storm warnings, ice storm warnings, winter weather advisories spreading from the Pacific Northwest to the Deep South and to the Northeast. Just a few areas with concerns overnight, and as we head into the new week here, if you're going to be rolling through much of Montana, that region of the country is either under high wind watches or high wind warnings. Fairly widespread. And you've even got wind advisories through about the western half of North Dakota and the western half of South Dakota. From there, we've got to get over to, say, the higher elevations in Virginia and on over into parts of Pennsylvania. I'm looking here at winter weather advisories from this next shot of snow that's going to be coming in, stretching from Lancaster to Harrisburg, over to Johnstown, on up to State College, Williamsport, Bradford, PA. It's going to be that quick shot of snow. The advisories kick in at 4 o'clock this morning and go to about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon, where you could see a quick shot of 2 to 4 inches. There in central Pennsylvania, snow will move in most of the area 6 or 7 a.m. and briefly fall heavily before tapering off by late morning. So, they're talking maybe an inch per hour rates about 8 or 9 o'clock later this morning. So, again, for most areas, I look down the line here, all these winter weather advisories are mostly 2 to 4 inches. There are a few areas where you could see a quick 3 to 5 inches from 8 a.m. Till 3 o'clock this afternoon. And snow overspreads most of the area around 9 a.m. Again, briefly falls heavily before tapering off early afternoon. So you'll have to be adjusting your speed out there on the roadways. Just be prepared as that moves in. So a few of our advisories, and then, again, it's a much quieter night on the map and much quieter driving conditions. Maybe some of our drivers will be catching up on moving some of their freight. There was so much freight delayed, pretty extensively. I mean, you had drivers that were stuck 3 and 4 days in parts of the country in the Deep South last week. So again, a whole lot of freight that was not moving. But things gradually should be getting back to normal here over the coming days. There you go, underway on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend around the country. Our number is 844-3388. So right out of the box, this is going to be our final week. We've got one more Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headsets to give away coming up this Friday. And I know many of you have been jumping in to get registered. You got to do that again. Starting right now, you can go register. You can register each day to get more entries. And, of course, when you initially put your email address, you simply go to overnightdriveradio.com, type in your email address, and then it'll pop up a page to give you numerous other opportunities to get registered for the grand prize. And once again, of course, this week's second place runner-up, whatever you want to call it, is the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. We're talking 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That'll treat your big rig. That's why it's called the Big Rig Duo. All right, so we'll get to your calls coming up here again. You want to jump on board right out of the box on a new week. It's 844-844-3388. Looking at a couple of the comments real quick, like Matthew. Good morning, Matthew. He was first on board to check in and say hi this morning. I'm guessing you tuned into some of that NASCAR action this past day, did you, Matthew? It's pretty wild because we had Daytona last week on the Oval, and Daytona again this weekend, but on the road course, back-to-back weekends in Daytona to get the new season underway for NASCAR. And kind of a surprise name that popped up in the winner's circle this past day. A young gun by the name of Christopher Bell, finishing first on the road course. Christopher Bell, he's a very young guy. Yeah, we'll kind of break that down. His first career win, and he wins it at the Daytona road course. So they tell us for the second consecutive week, Daytona International Speedway crowned a first-time Cup Series winner. Christopher Bell drives for Joe Gibbs Racing. He earned the honor this past day, taking the lead from Joey Logano with 2 laps to go. And he pulled away to a pretty comfortable 2-second lead over the former series champion. So Bell is 26 years old. He's the 2017 Camping World Truck Series champion. This is his second season driving at the top level in the Cup Series. His first actually driving for the championship Gibbs organization. His work yesterday was more reminiscent of a veteran driver, though. 8 caution flags, 8 race leaders, and a whole lot of action in the waning laps of the race. Bell pulled around Logano in the chicane just yards before the white flag and easily stretched that lead to earn his first career NASCAR Cup Series trophy. His teammate, Denny Hamlin, finished third, followed by Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski. So there, look at the top 10 breakdown. Bell followed Joey Logano second, Hamlin, Kurt Busch, Keselowski, Kevin Harvick was sixth. Are they still doing the Bloomin' Monday thing when Kevin Harvick finishes in the top 10? Seventh was A.J. Allmendinger. Michael McDowell, last week's winner at Daytona, finishing in the top 10. And eighth place, Ryan Preece was ninth. Alex Bowman wrapping up the top 10. Well, there you go. We'll get a quick time out and underway on a Monday again. We'll get to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. What are we looking at here? I don't know when the last time old Knucklebuster was able to be first out of the box, but here on a Monday, he is.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
How was your weekend there, Knucklebuster?
Steve.
Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, I had a great week last week, buddy. I had 5 days of snow day, right? Got paid vacation.
I was wondering if you were stuck out there or whether you were actually off, or I was thinking you were stuck in the snow down in Mississippi or something.
No. I was at the house there, and they told me just stay home till all this mess blowed over. I'm running a week behind with my load there, so
okay.
it's all right there. I took my John Deere tractor, and I scraped that 8 to 10 inches of snow off my driveway, but I had to get that shovel out to do my sidewalks and stuff and my patio. So, I told Mama Knucklebuster, next one comes around, I'm going to have a snow blower. I don't care if I got to drive up north to get one, right?
Yep.
That may be the only place I can find one there. Now, my electricity never went out. My pipes never froze up. I kept my water dripping at night and opened the cabinets there on the kitchen because it's on the outside wall. But if the electricity had gone out, I got a 8,000 watt generator to kick things off there. I'm not going to do without there. I quit drinking enough of that Skullbuster beer that I could afford that generator.
Yeah.
And after I bought it, I went back to getting that Skullbuster beer. But I feel sorry for all them people down in Texas. They don't build them houses down there to withstand -2 degrees weather. They don't even build them around my area to withstand that kind of cold temperature there. I mean, that was just crazy. I mean, the windmills freezing up. That just shows right there that we don't need just one specific type of energy. We have to use all of it, right?
Yep, right.
I don't know. It was a rough week. Real rough considering I was laid up there in the bed every night. Mama,
I hear you. Right.
I was trying
really
to blues
enjoyed
about
that.
not having to go out there and drive.
So you're back to the old grind this week, though. Back to reality, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, them people down in Texas, they'd all been a lot better off just went out there and flipped that main breaker switch on that house and then took off and flew down there to Cancun, Mexico and joined old Ted Cruz. That's,
yeah.
I mean, how dumb was that, Steve, knowing that he was, I'm going to fly down there and I ain't going to get caught, right? I think that'll be the end of his political career there.
I
missed
don't
y'all
know. I don't know if it'll
last
be
week,
the end.
so,
They're giving him a lot of flack on CNN and the mainstream and whatnot, but I don't know. People are pretty forgiving, and I don't think he's up for re-election until 2022. Yeah, by that point in time, most will probably forget about it. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Well, old Bette Midler, she, that's about one crazy woman right there. She said this ice storm down there was God punishing people for electing Ted Cruz and Trump.
Yeah.
Well, the next time they have an earthquake out in California, I guess God's going to be punishing Bette Midler for her crazy ideas, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but anyway, well, that's all my baloney for right now there. I'm out here in Oklahoma. I'm loving this 36-degree weather minus 2 last week. So, but we'll call in a little earlier on tonight after some other people get in there and get some more baloney in there, and I'll comment on that. So
very good. We'll look forward to it. Well, thank you very much, Knuckle Buster. Be safe out there. Glad you enjoyed a few days off. Yeah, we were all we missed you last week, Knuckle Buster. We was worried about you, but he was all hunkered down at the home 20. How about that? Well, somebody just sent me this link from Yahoo News, and talking about astronomical power prices. In this case, as millions were in the dark, cold homes over the past week, those who still had power felt lucky. But now many of them are paying a high price for that. Now you got to feel for this guy. Most utilities, they offer you the option of attaching like your credit card number, your debit card number, to automatically pay your bill when the bill comes due on a monthly basis, right? Millions of people do that. I'm sure in this case, he's definitely regretting the fact that he had his credit card tied in to automatically cover his utility bill. 63-year-old Army veteran Scott Willoughby says, "My savings is gone." He lives on Social Security in a suburb of Dallas. He said, "They've nearly emptied my entire savings account with a bill of $16,752 charged to his credit card. 70 times what he usually pays for all of his utilities combined." But he said, "There's nothing I can do about it. They broke me." $16,000. He's among scores of Texans reporting sky-high electric bills, the price of keeping their lights on and the refrigerator running. If you're not on a fixed rate and you're actually tied into the fluctuating wholesale price, the price was astronomical. Now, this has elicited angry calls for action from lawmakers from both parties, prompting the governor to hold an emergency meeting over the weekend to talk about these enormous bills. We have a responsibility to protect Texans from spikes in their energy like this, a result of the severe winter weather and the power outages. Now, he went on to say that Democrats and Republicans are going to have to work together to make sure people don't get stuck with sky-high energy bills. $16,752. Pretty emptied his daggone bank account. All right, let's see what's going on here. I believe Steve is on the line. And what's happening this morning, Steve?
Hi, Steve. How are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. And seeing as you called in on your anonymous phone line, I think I know who Steve was. Said I wasn't going to take those calls. He likes to try to sneak in. Let's see what's happening with the world-famous Cool Breeze. Hey there.
Hey ho, Steve Areno. How you doing tonight?
Not half bad. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I was watching that NASCAR race of both weekends. That was interesting having the big Daytona race last weekend with the left turn, and then the road race yesterday was like, wow, man! 14 turns. They make it three and a quarter or 3.5 miles all the way around. Well, the Daytona Speedway is normally 2.5 all the way around.
Correct.
So they add an extra mile in with all the extra turns and all that, making it into the road thing. And next weekend, where are they going?
You know what? I'm not actually sure where they're at next week.
I'm not either. I saw the advertisement for it because I was trying to catch it, but yeah, you get to watch it on regular network for a while when it first starts out, and then they switch it over to that one of those special channels that you got to pay for, you know.
Looks like
I like NASCAR. I enjoy NASCAR.
Next week looks like Homestead, Miami Speedway, followed by Las Vegas, and then Phoenix.
Yep, Homestead. So it's another Florida race.
It is.
I mean, it's 3.5 hours south from me, or 2.5 hours straight across the Daytona. I could have gone and seen that one too. They only let like 2,000 or I don't know how many people they let in. You could tell there wasn't anybody in the stand. It's all cardboard cutouts. But yeah, interesting race, really interesting race. A challenge for the guys that usually only make left turns, right?
Exactly.
There's going to be like 7 road races this year, I believe, Steve.
Yeah, they're trying to change things up. I mean, I've never really been a big fan of the road courses, but I did tune into some over the weekend. I watched a little bit of all 3 of the different races, the truck race, the Xfinity, and I did not catch yesterday's race because by the time they get it started, I'm usually getting ready for some beauty rest, getting ready to go back to work on Sunday night.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, there was no rain delay yesterday. Like last weekend, that rain delay, it ran way up into the night before it was there. They didn't actually start. Well, they started last weekend, ran 14 laps, had the big massive, the big one, as it's called, right? And 16 cars out on that one. And then there was like a 5-hour rain delay. They didn't actually start till after 9 o'clock that night. So it ran up till, it was like close to midnight before the race was actually over.
I believe it was 12:15. An Eagle called last week, and he said, the show was already underway before they wrapped that race up.
Yep, it was still going. They had 2 big ones. They had the big one on the 14th when they started earlier, and then they had the big one the last lap, the proverbial last lap when everybody's trying to be the one to cross the line, right?
Right.
But I'm going to get over there and see it live in person one of these days. One of these days, I'm going to get over there and see it. And then the real fast one is actually Talladega. Talladega is really that's the fast one there. Yep. They run over 200 up at Talladega.
I have had the privilege one time. I got to go to Talladega, and that was that was thanks to the folks from National Seating. Now, National and Bostrom Seating. I got the invite and got to. They actually had a special, like a booth, where they had set up the Bostrom seats in the stands at Daytona, so they could sit in the comforts of their seats there at Talladega Speedway. Then we got to go down to their facility, their manufacturing facility, also down in Alabama. Got to take the big tour there, and pretty fascinating, the operation they've got down there.
If I recall correctly, Steve, didn't they give you a couple of those seats to put in your booth there at Great American Truck Show?
Yes, we for free.
At
Mid-America. Yeah, we gave away customized seats, and for a number of years they worked with us.
I sat in them.
Yep. Well, yes, sir.
They're nice seats, man. They're nice seats. I'd love to have one in any of the trucks that I drove. I mean, the seats got so advanced. They're so advanced. I mean, now you can ride down the road and actually get a lumbar back rub on your back while you're riding down the road. The seat will actually massage your lumbar area. Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy. All the different seats that are available and everything. But anyway, I didn't have much tonight, Steve. Just had to call in and check up on you, make sure everything's still going all right. And it's only 306 days till Christmas.
All right, kaboom. Yeah, thank you very much there, Cool Breeze. Thanks for checking in. Looking at some of our messages this morning. Rob says, all right, starting to warm up. It's only 26 days till spring. I didn't realize it is getting close, though, isn't it? Dale said, morning drivers, 58 degrees here in Jacksonville, Florida, partly cloudy. Have a great, safe week out there. Always remember, take care of yourself first and be careful out there. The Arkansas Bullfrog says, talk radio's been riding shotgun with me for 29 years. It's great to hear Steve back on the air. And Rob says, Monkey Gouger, where are you? Yeah, I've been asking the same thing. I believe he surely should be back out at it this week. Maybe we'll hear from him at some point in time. Let's see, from the ComLab man. Need to get a natural gas bill this week. Should get one. I ran the Generac generator about 17 hours. Gas for that, furnace and hot water heater. And I'll be calling the plumber again on Monday to get the pipes fixed. I guess he's down there somewhere in the Deep South, right? Let me see here. Ronald says, morning, Steve. Took off last week for the weather at home. But we're back at it now. And that's Roadmaster. All right, thanks for checking in, Roadmaster. There's old Horse Feathers. Mike. What day is it? Well, it's Monday, Horse Feathers. Come on. And we'll get to some of the other comments coming up here. And, of course, get back to your calls. You want to jump on board? It's 844-3388. Is this Rhonda?
What? I finally found you. I start to lose my freaking mind while listening to crime shows. But even tonight, I had to go through Facebook because I don't have a YouTube account.
Yeah.
And I couldn't read it once I started driving. But I got you on Facebook. But there in the first, I don't know, 5 or 6 miles of PA on 80, it kept coming and going. I'm screaming at my phone. Come on. I'm working. Come on. So now I got you. But I wanted to tell you, I don't know how much snow you guys got in Cincinnati. I know you guys probably got ice last week.
Yeah, we got a little bit of everything we got, yes.
Did you?
Yep.
Because I know I saw both down there at Cincinnati, or at Columbus. I was off all last week. I got home on Saturday morning, and I had a crap week the week before. Low, minus 20 degrees in Wisconsin when I was over there. And then the truck broke down, and then I got home and got the bobtail stuck. Because I can't take a wagon home because we don't have enough room on the road right now with the snow.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went home, and we got the truck out on Sunday, and then I got it snowed in on Monday. This self-quarantine business just makes me crazy. I just go home and do it anyways. I don't want to go anywhere when I get home. I think it was Wednesday before I got plowed out. So I don't care. I don't want to go anywhere. Kept my power. About Thursday morning, my ceiling started to fall in the living room.
Uh-oh.
Landlord was, oh yeah. Rhonda's thinking, oh man, I go back to work and I'm going to come home and the ceiling's going to be caved in. It's going to be the freaking roof leaking. No, it was a hose, a condenser pipe. Does that make sense?
Condenser
for the furnace air conditioner unit in the ceiling, and it's in the roof. It's in the ceiling.
Okay. Yep.
And one of my young guns that comes out there and works for me and cleans my driveway and does all that neat stuff for a beer, cigarettes, or money, whichever I happen to have on hand. He got up there and looked, and it was just drip, and the ceiling was starting to cave in. So the landlord was there on Sunday or Saturday, and he says, I'll be there back Monday to fix it. I said, okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
So, can you imagine going out here for a week or 10 days and trying to figure out if your ceiling's falling in on your TV and your furniture at the house? Like, no. I wasn't working like that. So I took a week's vacation pay and stayed home.
I can't remember the handle. There was a teen couple that used to call the show, and they lived out I think they lived in Arizona. And, they had been gone for like several weeks. Don't know when the pipe burst, but the entirety of their house was flooded. I mean, they had like several feet of water in the house. Nothing. I mean, imagine coming home to that.
And plus Arizona, you pay for your water.
Right.
Most all of Arizona, you pay for your water. So, that freaks me out. If I get a chance, I think about it. I'll send you a picture of the condenser sickle that was off the north side of my house. That was impressive. Everybody that saw it was impressed. But I missed you. I'm telling you, I missed you. I'm going to spend my days that I'm working or before you come in catching up on the old shows.
Well, what took you so long to find us, Rhonda? You are friends with me on Facebook. I see your post, aren't you?
I am. I'm a freaking lunkhead. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I've been trying to find you on iHeart.
Yeah.
And it ain't on iHeart.
No.
So that's why and then I had seen a post with the phone number on there, and then I couldn't find that particular post again. So, and then I was off last week, so I slept at night like normal people.
Gotcha.
But I did want to ask you, are you working out of the house? Did they build you the studio in the house?
No, we got a secret bunker location. We are still in Cincinnati, though.
Okay. I'm just being nosy.
You're being,
I found you now. I got all kinds of
Yes.
questions.
There's
I don't know how far back it is. I'll try to find it and I'll send it to the show message, because there's a thing from, I think it was 1978, and a gal named Yo-Yo that was driving back in I think it was 78 or early 80s, but it was the old trucks. I mean, the old, most of them were cab overs, and a truck race down at Atlanta, and she won. I hate to spoiler alert. And then there's one of old truck. I can't think of it now. I was talking to Gary Dockery about it today. He was one of my trainers years and years and years ago, and I told him to check it out. Smokestack History or something like that. I'll try to forward them to you.
Okay.
And then when you get a chance, you can look at them. So I don't think I can post them on your Facebook, but where everybody could see it. So, but I'll see what I can do when I get stopped.
Okay.
It'll be you'll get it tomorrow, because I'll be 6:00, 6:30 before I get done.
Okay, fair enough.
So headed to Philly. Pennsylvania is high and dry on I-80. Ohio's high and dry on I-80. So far, so good.
Well, I'm glad you found us, Rhonda, so you can check in here and there, right?
You might only say that once in your life. You know that?
Oh, boy.
Have a good night, bud.
Thank you. All right, so there Rhonda's back. Now, where did Big Ed go? Ed, I know you were there. I talked to Ed over the weekend, and there was a story about a missing driver, and he asked me if I could share that, and I double-checked when I first was getting ready to come on here a little bit ago, and apparently the driver was safely found. I think he was down in, it was a younger driver, and his father was also a driver, and he said he hadn't heard from his boy in like 3 days. He was trying to message him and everything. I guess there was a happy ending. He was found safe. And I was just figuring he probably got stuck down there in the storm, because there's so many drivers that were stuck down in parts of Arkansas, Mississippi. We all know the drill. All right, with that, lines available. It's 844-3388. Here's another story. The ramifications of last week's storm out of Texas. A Vietnam veteran dying during the storm while searching for oxygen after the machine he needed to breathe lost power. You think how many people in the large state of Texas needed various medical devices. And when the power goes off, you're screwed. Now, they said he had all that he dragged through the house with him so he could breathe. Let's see. She held the tube that connected to her husband's oxygen machine that's run by electricity. Her husband served in the Vietnam War, where he encountered Agent Orange. He was diagnosed with chronic obstructed pulmonary disease, and he needed an oxygen machine. Of course, when they lost power, the machine stopped working. This is great if you've got electricity, but if you don't have electricity, it's worthless. Worthless. As the hours went by, Andy struggled to breathe. We just thought the power would come back on. We didn't know the power was going to be out for days like it was. And all the while, we also had a pipe burst that sent water everywhere. Andy worked to get a generator going to power his oxygen machine, but he didn't have any luck. He then went to the truck for a device he had there that supplied oxygen. Not long after that, the wife went to check on him. I went out there. He was not responsive. He was already cold. It looked like he had tried to start getting out of the truck. He was laying over the console, one leg out of the truck. He died from hypothermia. So she's blaming his death on the power outage. Had he had his oxygen, had the power not been off, I think he'd still be here with me right now, she said. After 30 years of marriage, Tony must learn to live without her husband. Just like I've been doing all week. I think of something I want to say to him, and I'll turn, and he's not there. Yeah, that's sad. Another death that she says could have been avoided if the system in Texas had not failed. Now I got a home that needs repair and a loss of my husband. And I guess they've started a GoFundMe page to help out with the expenses of that, but sad scenario out of Texas. Let me see here real quick, before we get top of the hour. Pappy had sent me the link. He's actually sent me the link to the numbers from the grid, what power was lost in Texas last week, how much was wind generation versus solar generation versus coal or gas or nuclear. They all had losses. But indeed, the wind loss, the loss of wind power, was something akin to 90% of the power. Now, there was a piece in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend. The political making of a Texas power outage. To which they say Mr. Abbott blamed his state's extensive power outages on generators freezing early Monday morning, noting this includes the natural gas and coal generators, but frigid temperatures and icy conditions have descended on most of the country. Why couldn't Texas handle them while other states did? The problem is Texas' over-reliance on wind power that left the grid more vulnerable to bad weather. More than half the turbines froze last week, causing the state's share of electricity to plunge to 8%. As we know, the power prices on the wholesale market spiked. Grid regulators on Friday warned of the rolling backouts. Natural gas and coal generators ramped up to cover the supply gap, but they could not meet the surging demand, which, of course, half the households rely on for heating. Even as many families powered up their gas furnaces, then some gas wells and pipelines began to freeze. In short, there was not sufficient base load power from coal and nuclear to support the grid. What they call base load power is needed to stabilize grid frequency when there's changes in demand and supply. When there's not enough base load power, the grid gets unbalanced, power sources fail. The more the grid relies on intermittent renewables, like wind and solar, the more base load power they need to back them up. But when you're talking about the gigawatts of power produced, they've got the chart showing all the different sources: nuclear, coal, gas, wind, solar. Now, obviously, solar on a normal day generates very, very small amounts, like 304 gigawatts. They don't have a lot of solar power. That was generating zero. So solar was totally useless. Wind power, they typically generate 7,070 gigawatts. Wind power generation had dropped all the way down to a measly 649 gigawatts. Now, there were losses on the gas side, normally producing 51,000 plus gigawatts. That had dropped down to 27,500 and some change. Coal, normally generating 13,630 gigawatts, was down to 7,635. It's almost a 50% loss on the coal side. As far as nuclear power generation in Texas, 5,153 gigawatts on a normal day, and that had dropped to 3,785. So you combine all the losses. But any solar and wind was all but useless. All right, we close things out for hour number one on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Back at it on a Monday. Close out another weekend, and yeah, looking at that final week, February. And yes, with each passing day, spring is one day closer. Looking elsewhere around the country, travelers' weather out west. You saw some record-breaking warmth in Southern California back in mid-January, recall? Since that time, temperatures have been pretty near average. In similar fashion to the warm-up we're going to see in the plains and the eastern portions of the country this week, Southern California and the desert Southwest, you'll be basking in spring-like warmth as well. While the warmth and the sunshine will feel great if you're looking for outdoor activities, the ongoing drought conditions will continue to get worse across the region this week. February still lies within the wet season there across California, but many reporting stations have only recorded a fraction of the precip they would typically observe. From Santa Barbara to Los Angeles to Palm Springs, only a trace of rain has been recorded this month. Unfortunately for those hoping for wet weather, this northward shift in the storm track is going to continue keeping Southern California and the desert Southwest pretty much high and dry through this upcoming week. Along with the dry conditions, temperatures are going to be climbing comfortably to spring-like levels. Typical high for Los Angeles this time of year would be a comfortable 69 degrees. But with a dome of high pressure overhead, temperatures are going to climb into the upper 70s Monday and Tuesday, maybe again on Wednesday, which would be temperatures more common for June in L.A. Temperatures have failed to reach 70 degrees in San Diego since the 1st of February. That ended this past day, high of 74 Sunday. Similar temperature trends for places like Phoenix and Tucson as well this upcoming week. Sunny skies, temperatures 5 to 10 above average will be commonplace due to that big dome of high pressure. Plenty of sunny skies, comfortable mild temperatures. There continues to be bouts of gusty winds at times. Yeah, over the weekend, we saw Saturday, winds led to a last-minute delay of the PGA Genesis Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Last time play was suspended during a PGA Tour due to winds was back at the 2015 Open Championship at the Old Course at St. Andrews over in Scotland. But those same gusty winds continued during the day Sunday across much of Ventura County, leading to additional issues on the golf course there. Looks like today, Monday, you're going to see the continued trend of gusty offshore winds. Gusts are expected to be a bit weaker compared to what we saw Saturday and Sunday. Tuesday will likely feature a break in the winds. However, another round of gusty winds may blow back in Tuesday night and Wednesday as a storm passes through the central Rockies. With the end of meteorological winter on the horizon, many of those aforementioned locations are going to struggle to find any additional precipitation. If LA doesn't observe any additional rain this month, which the current forecast suggests they won't, you will have observed 46% of your normal rainfall for the entire winter season. Typical winter in Palm Springs, nearly 3 inches of rain recorded. Yeah, with dry conditions through the remainder of this month, you will have observed only 25% of the average. So while some parts of California, central and northern portions of the state, did pick up some fairly decent rains, there in the southern portions of the state, they have not been as lucky, not reaping the benefits of the much-needed rainfall. All right, let's get back to your calls before we get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Plenty to cover on that front as well. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I believe that would be horse feathers. Would that be correct?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Yes, sir. Good to have Rhonda. Glad to hear her there. That yo-yo she was talking about was what I told you about last week there.
I thought that was the case. I remember you were saying something about that. So that is the one, huh?
Yep, and she has MS, and her daughter has a GoFundMe page there set up for her. She's down there in the Tennessee area somewhere. I don't know if she's around Nashville, exactly where in Tennessee, but they're down that way. And as I say, she's developed MS, and they said that it's gotten to the point now that it's even affecting the muscle around the heart. So it's pretty close to the end there. For what the disease is doing to her body, and that it gets real bad that way. I don't know. What else did I have for you? I was scouring some more YouTube stuff, and I was actually looking for some Dean Michael stuff because I got a sister-in-law that, when it comes to taxes, she believes it's better to pull the blanket up over her head than deal with the IRS. So you can imagine what kind of shape her taxes are in right now. And I've been trying to go through channels to have the channels. You know how you're supposed to talk to your people, and your people are supposed to talk to their people, and their people are supposed to talk to some other people, and then go around that way. Well, it hasn't gotten there yet, so she's still pulling the blanket over her head and not getting things straightened out. So might have to take the bull by the horns and just make the phone call myself and see if somebody's interested in straightening their life out. But anyways, I found an old show that Dean Michael had on there as an advertisement, as a review type thing, and it came from the other station there, and it's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, at least 6 years old, maybe, I forget, but you'd found a thing there that was a couple years old that was ranking radio show hosts, and it was from 2014. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
And,
yeah.
And they found Howard Stern was number one with 18%. And this guy named Steve Sommers with America's Trucking Network was number two with 17% of the ratings. And then number 3 was this guy, this Bubba the Love Sponge, who I happened to be the next caller. And I was talking to you about that because I'd never heard of Bubba the Love Sponge before. But anyways, and then there was a tie for 4th with Dave Nemo and the UFO people and some other people. And then there was this other program called, what was it? Oh, yeah, Red Eye Radio that had 2%, not 1, not 3, but 2% rating. So anyways, just, I didn't know if you remembered that call, that thing that you found.
That was actually
I thought that was
a trucking publication. I can't remember. I think it might have been Overdrive. Did that's the trucking publication. This was what the truck drivers like to listen to.
Yep. Apparently there's some big wig high up muckety mucks in corporate radio that don't read that magazine. So, but anyways, their loss, our gain. Too bad for them. And I guess I got to kind of sound like cue ball here, right, for a minute or two. I feel absolutely terrible about that Vietnam veteran that passed down there in Texas because he needed oxygen.
Yeah.
But the world we're living in, you got to be self-sufficient. You got to be able to take care of yourself. And I'm not blaming them. Don't anybody out there get me thinking that I'm blaming him for it. But you really got to have an oxygen tank at your house. If you can't just rely on electricity to make sure you live. Somebody else giving you electricity. You got to be able to be self-sufficient. So have a couple oxygen bottles. So if the power does go out, you can breathe. Go to a firehouse where there's ambulances. There's oxygen there. Go to a welding shop. I mean, there's oxygen, all kinds of oxygen at a welding shop in bottles. Go to a hospital. There's oxygen. I know, those poor people thought the power was only going to be out for a little while and it'd come back. But when it comes to life and death, you take care of yourself first. There was something, you just said something here not too long ago, or somebody did, to make sure that you take care of yourself first and then worry about other things. I mean, that's the first thing they tell you on planes speaking of planes, did you see that 777 that had the engine come apart?
I did indeed, yes.
There was a United, yeah. So anyways, the first thing they tell you when something like that happens and the oxygen mask drop from the ceiling, then put yours on first. Don't worry about your neighbor. Take care of yourself, because you can't help anybody if you're not taking care of yourself first. I hate to say it, but it's a me first world, and you got to think that way. So, I don't know. I had a couple other things. The show's been good here. I'm glad to hear that Knuckle Buster, he was able to survive the week just running his John Deere tractor. But yeah, I'd definitely tell him to invest on a snowblower. And I'll tell you what, I got one of these little ones here. It's a 2-cycle one that's like 20 inches wide. It's got like a rubber mud flap auger in it. And I know Lester has one that's a 4-cycle one that's pretty much the same exact snowblower. That little thing is a monster. It chews through 8-10 inches of snow without any problem. And it'll do 3-4 inches with the mixed precipitation in it. So you get a little rain and snow in it, and you get 3 inches of snow and a little bit of rain or snow rain mixed in with that. It'll eat that right up too. So they aren't that expensive. They're pretty good deals and they work good. So yeah, head that way. I don't know. I had one thought though. Hey, what would it be like if you were standing somewhere and you had Rhonda on one side and Lucky Penny on the other? That'd be a good conversation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Oh, anyway. So I guess with all that torture and nonsense. Rhonda, here you go. For Rhonda, our weather forecast is we're supposed to have snow to the north of 95, the north and west side of 95 from about 7 in the morning until about 3 in the afternoon. And they're calling for 1 to 3 inches of snow here by the state line from Maryland to Pennsylvania. So I would imagine Philly might be in that. But the 95 corridor is supposed to be kind of a mix. And then to the east of 95 is supposed to be rain. East and south of 95 is supposed to be rain. So, and some of it's supposed to be 40 degrees with the rain, and the rest is supposed to be right around 30. So since she comes to Philly, she might end up with a little bit of the crappy stuff. But anyways, so I guess with all that and some nonsense, we'll let you go back out there and try to find some intelligent callers. And I do congratulate you for being in 2014 second behind Howard Stern at 17% rating on the road for overnight truck drivers.
For the trucking community, yes, sir. Yep, I did. They had the whole pie chart thing there, and man, I was just that close to Howard. That was quite the honor when I saw that. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, as I say there, as high up muckety mucks in corporate seats apparently don't read the right things and see the pie charts. I guess you didn't turn that in for your review there, did you? Oh, well.
Yeah,
as I say, their loss, our gain, better for us.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Have a great week. I just caught on a kind of a sad note in the town of Cincinnati, Ohio. This guy was well known, broadcasting for a number of television stations, radio. Pat Barry passed away over the weekend, apparently. For a long time, he was like the lead weather guy at Channel 5 in Cincinnati. Passed away Saturday afternoon from COVID at the age of 69. According to the report from Channel 5, he started his career in Springfield, Ohio at the age of 16. Back in 1968, before he transitioned to the chief weather personality at Channel 5 in Cincinnati. Hosted a daytime talk show. Over the years, he was actually on the sales department for the stations that I worked for there at iHeart. But on his show, he would talk about Reds Hall of Famer Johnny Bench, and he became a close friend to Pat. Johnny posted with the news over the weekend, "So saddened, his memories, his sense of humor will live with me and everyone who ever met the big kid," as they called him. So how about that? Yeah, Pat loved the town of Cincinnati. The city loved him back. Curtis Fuller with Channel 5 said, "I'll always remember his sense of humor and his loyalty to his friends. He was very welcoming to me when I arrived in this town some 30 years ago. Had the pleasure of working with Pat for many, many years, as so many in the broadcast industry in this town did. Keeping our prayers during his health challenges, saddened by the loss of our friend." Of course, he also worked in Dayton, Ohio, and for a time he was kind of like the weekend weather guy at Channel 19 in Cincinnati. According to the report I'm seeing for Channel 5, funeral arrangements have not been made, but donations are encouraged to the Ruth Lyons Children's Fund and the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. This guy, he pretty much always had a smile on his face. Very, very, very outgoing personality. Funny guy. So sad to see that. Look at it, 25 past the hour, and lines available here on a Monday at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Chevy guy?
Well, you get a story and then you sort of, you match it up to your life reality. I get my January electric bill in February, and I'll get my February electric bill in March. So do they pay their electric weekly to already know that they're getting bills already for last week? I'm scratching my head on that one.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, like I said, I don't know if people are just logging on to like the energy website or whatever, just in seeing what their bill was, kind of thing. I'm not sure.
Okay, that answers that. At least that answers that. I didn't know you could monitor your usage like that. That's pretty cool. So that would answer that question. On the Steve Sommers overnight drive Facebook page, had a fellow on there posted something about windmills. I mean, he's always negative. He's a liberal all the way up and down. And he was going on and on about the Republicans can't run anything. The Republicans can't run energy. Now, the whole time I'm trying to, I made it about halfway through, and I said, "Oh, this is ridiculous." Because I couldn't get my mind off of California. This thing with Texas is like an average summer with California, and you'll as many people die in the heat as they did in the cold, and I don't care. Yeah, I don't care where you live. You always got to be prepared. Have water set back. You got to, because electricity can go out. Things happen. Like Horst Desert said, if you depend on oxygen to live, then you got to be prepared. You got to, it just smells too much like politics. But I was going to get on there and jump in it, but I heck with it. It's Sunday. I don't want to get involved in it. But at the same time, I do know this much with the Texas situation. They've got a contractors running the electric. All right. Now, to me, it seems like at least the politicians, the elected politicians, can turn around and go after these contractors that are running their electric, and when they do this stuff, they can get the money back for the people. They can defend the people against, some of this stupidity, I guess. But I don't think they do that in California. I think California is controlled by the government, and if they give you a bill, you got to pay it. I may be wrong, could be wrong, but either way, it just stinks. It really does stink. The Ted Cruz deal, I said it last week. He should have learned something off of Donald J. Trump. He should have turned around and looked at that report and said, "I'm going to spend a father-daughter weekend with my daughter. I've got my laptop. I've got my phone. If anything can happen, if anybody's got a problem, they can get a hold of me, and I can jump on FEMA from the Washington D.C. from my office in Texas, or from my house. I can even get on FEMA if I'm sitting on the beach. Other than that, all I'm going to do is get in the way of the governor. There are people that are there that are supposed to take care of this. Other than that, I wish they'd learned what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump pushed back on them. And we've seen what happened. Ted Cruz started kissing the media's backside, and it don't ever work out. You got caught doing it, do it. Do exactly what you planned on doing, and leave it at that. Other than that, I also shared something on the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Saturday, there's nothing, so I'm flipping through, letting feed go through, and then flip over. And it come over on this guy that's doing simulating driving. And I thought, wow, this would be a great way to get 18-year-olds interested in trucking. It's a game, but this guy sits there. You lose points, which is money. You load the truck, you get your load. If you don't have the money to get the trailer to get the truck, it's high-paying stuff. You got to work your way up. But it's amazing. You get the load loaded, and you set the course for your destination. You agree to pull that load, and here he is sitting up all Saturday night. Now I would put anybody into anything that wouldn't be a 2-hour run on like 18-year-old. But man, here you are. You build your truck, you get this load, and you haul it. You actually have to haul it to get your points or get paid. And if you run a red light, you lose points. You have to pay a fine. You lose points. But he's got it on like a winter screen, and it's the lay of the land. I don't know. It's all like GPS. It's all amazing. But I was thinking, if you got an 18-year-old into that, and just like an hour video or 2 hour a run, and get interested in, get introduced to what trucking is all about. And I thought that simulator driving, that's something that could catch a lot of guys before they turn 23, and they're already got a family and headed off in a different direction.
Exactly.
Job wise. So I just thought so I shared it, and I let them know, and I put in a word, and I shared it to your page. So maybe some of them guys, because they're out in Washington, maybe some of them guys out west can get hooked on to you like we are here in the Midwest and the East Coast. Dan Ford. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to sit in the rocking chair and copy the mail, Dan Ford. Over and out.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Appreciate you checking in. All right, I'll have to see if I can't find that post. All right, we got a quick time out here. It's 844-844-3388. Lines available on a back to work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, my turn again, back on a Monday. And lines available at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you had a good weekend. See here. This may be of interest. When you drive truck for a living, a lot of times you'll take advantage when you're out there on the road of maybe if you start feeling ill, you'll stop at something like one of the little clinics. And Kroger has advised customers of their pharmacy that the pharmacy and Little Clinic of apparently a data security breach in which patient names and personal information was illegally accessed. The breach, which Kroger was notified of late January, did not affect grocery store data or the Kroger IT data. According to the news release, the company created a website for information about the breach. Now, the Cincinnati-based grocery chain offering free credit monitoring to anyone affected by the data breach. But they say information access include patient names, email addresses, phone numbers, home addresses, dates of birth, social security numbers, information used to process insurance claims, prescription information such as number, prescribing doctor, medication names and dates, medical history, as well as certain clinical services, such as whether the patient was ordered a flu test. Now, Kroger said an unauthorized person gained access to Acelion, which is a software company used by Kroger to securely transfer files. The unknown person accessed files by exploiting a vulnerability in the transfer service, according to the news release. Kroger stopped using Acelion services after being informed of the incident. They've started their own forensic investigation into the potential scope and impact of the data breach, though. Kroger said the incident affected beneficiaries under their health and welfare benefit plan, as well as retiree health and welfare benefit plan. Potentially affected customers are in the process of being contacted by Kroger. They say the breach potentially affects the Little Clinic and Kroger pharmacies, as well as pharmacies operated at Ralph's Grocery and Fred Meyer stores. The affiliated pharmacies possibly affected, and there's quite a list here, JC Food Stores, Dillon Companies, Bakers, City Market, King Supers, Quality Food Centers, Roundy's Supermarkets, Cups Food Center, Marino's Metro Market, Pick and Save, Harris Teeter, Smith's Food and Drug, Fry's Food Stores, Healthy Options, and Postal Prescription Services. And one of the Kroger Specialty Pharmacy Holdings. So a bit of a security breach there. You know, this fraudulent, matter. I can share a personal example. Hell, last week I got in the mail. It looked like a regular old from U.S. Bank, a credit card, and it's the kind of card you receive when you apply and receive unemployment benefits. Now, someone said it could be unemployment benefits or possibly apparently some people receive these cards when they get like their stimulus checks. In this case, it had the first name, middle initial, and someone else's last name, but it was my address. I'm like, okay, that's something's fishy here. So a few phone calls. My social security number was not used. And apparently I've been instructing, got to get a hold of the unemployment office. And it's U.S. Bank did cancel because the card number, so they canceled the card. But I don't know how that would have worked. I mean, because on the card, you had the number to activate your card to receive your benefits. I'm thinking, technically, if I was a scoundrel, I guess I could have called that number, activated the card, set up a PIN, and possibly, who knows, I have no idea what might have been available on the card. The one thing I was concerned about, though, is if someone else has fraudulently set this up, and had they used my SS number, which, again, apparently they did not, according to the girl at U.S. Bank. So I don't know how they got it. But she said, Jeff, it's definitely a fraud. And if I didn't report it or whatever, whoever did set it up, can say, hey, I never got my card and got a new card or whatever. So I'm thinking, well, if someone fraudulently opens up and is getting thousands of dollars in like unemployment or whatever in your name with your SS number or whatever, you're going to end up getting a bill for taxes. You owe the taxes on $6,000 in unemployment benefits that you received. You're like, well, wait a minute. I didn't get any unemployment benefits. What the hell's going on? So that's fraud everywhere you turn these days. All right, quickly under the other industry headlines, share one or two others here. As companies try to step up and help out for those in need in Texas, they tell us 6 Coca-Cola semi-trucks packed with bottled water arrived in Waco, Texas late last week, helping the Texans affected by the storm. In the midst of the emergency, Coca-Cola was the good-hearted, compassionate neighbor we need. Your generous gift will always be remembered by those residents in need. 100 pallets of water unloaded by city staff, police officers, and firefighters. And they took it to the Waco Convention Center, where residents of neighborhoods who had lost power and water could pick it up as needed. So tip of the hat, stepping up there. Then a plane crash involving a semi-truck has killed one and left another with major injuries, according to the California authorities. Going back to the noon hour this past Friday in San Pedro, California, according to the LA Fire Department, the single-engine plane crashed into a semi-truck in the port area at Terminal Island. Firefighters said that the pilot is sadly beyond medical help and determined deceased at the scene. The driver in the semi is said to have suffered injuries and has been taken to the hospital. It is an ongoing investigation as to how that crash occurred, but that was 2 separate plane crashes involving big trucks in like 1 week's time. The other was a plane that tried to make an emergency landing on the highway and did collide with 2 trucks. No injuries, thankfully, in that particular incident. All right, get back to our calls here. And would that be Big Ed?
Yeah, it's me, Steve. Oh, man. Can you hear me?
I got you. I know you were with us earlier. I guess you had to take care of some biz.
Well, I'm, driving, hauling around with the drive-in, and some of these docks they give you to get into just test your damn backing skills, I promise you. And I don't know why I ought to just go back to moving pods. That's about as easy as you can get.
Right.
Pull in straight. They unload you, reload you, and pull out straight. And some of these docks, I don't know who designs the setup, but they damn sure don't pull no 53-foot trailers and big tractors, because they test your backing skills, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, oh boy, so I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to start with good news or bad news. Which one you want first?
Oh, start with the bad news first, I guess. Get that behind us.
What? Well, I feel sorry for that old boy that got his bank account siphoned plumb clean.
Yes.
$16,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess to each their own, Steve, but why there is nobody, and I mean nobody, touches any of my accounts. I either pay them. I'm not letting nobody pull money out of my account.
You pay it when you're ready to pay it, right?
Account.
When you're good and ready, you'll pay it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I just think that's the only smartest thing to do, because in the past, everybody, when you're trying to buy something, it's, oh, well, it's nice and convenient. Let us just pull the money out. No, the hell with you. I've been there and done that. It takes one time, which I didn't lose no $16,000. But they're going to take their money, and if you ain't got it in there, well, guess who gets charged with overdrawn, you know? So that ain't going to happen to me. But anyway, well, on this electric, what was it, some years back in California, they had all this deregulating stuff, and the electric bills were astronomical.
Correct.
How long ago was that? You remember?
Oh, boy.
Now
It's
everything
probably been 10 or 15 years ago. And was that the Enron scandal? Is that the one?
I thought Duke Energy had a part of that. You guys are covered by Duke, aren't you?
Correct.
Maybe it was Enron. I don't know. I know it was out in California.
Yep.
And they was having blackouts and all that. And their bills just skyrocketed. I mean, good Lord. I mean, how are them people going to pay them type electric bills beyond my imagination, Steve? Surely, I mean, if you signed up for it, you got to pay it, I guess.
I know the mayor in Houston is saying he thinks the state should have to cover the bills because the state screwed up.
Man. Yeah. I think really, I think that's the way it ought to be if they'll do it. You know, but in the meantime, then people are out their money, or well, like that old boy that they pulled $16,000. I mean, the people that got the bills that hadn't paid him yet, they you know, they can get it all tied up in court and what have you. But that old boy, guess what? He ain't gonna get his damn money back till it's all settled, if he gets it back. You know, once they take your money, they ain't too quick about giving it back to you. So I know that for a fact. So you know, that's why nobody touches my accounts.
Yeah.
And then old poor old AOC, she got a bleeding heart, man. She raised $2 million. She's gonna fly down there to Texas. Kind of figured old Knucklebuster would meet her at the airport. And he's from Texas.
I don't know. So what is she doing? She raising money to help pay bills or what?
Don't get me lying, Steve. It was on the note. She raised $2 million and is going to fly to Texas and I guess distribute some of that $2 million. I don't know. I don't know who she's going to give it to. You know, I mean, I guess it's a nice gesture on her part, but it's a lot of her misguided politics with that other crowd, the rest of that crowd, that creating hell for them people anyway. You know, Texas, I guess Texas is pretty well liberal controlled, is it? Or am I missing something here?
Texas
seems like
it's a red state pretty much. I mean, they don't want to be on the national grid or whatever to have to follow the federal regulations of the national grid, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, it really is a shock. Now, you know, you say they're saying some of that gas freezing up. Well, look, the gas is pumped from the well, all right, or drawn from the well. Then it goes to substations. From substations, it goes to whoever they're feeding it to.
Mm-hmm.
Or you understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
So it may be they didn't have enough gas because a lot of the wells been shut in. I just don't buy them wells freezing up. I've just never, you know, other than the fact that they've had to shut the wells in because the substations couldn't handle the inflow, or they're shutting them in because they're not getting the price that they want, you know, because once again, if it's producing oil, you know, if you can't sell your oil, you ain't going to produce gas because you're going to shut the damn well in. So there's just a lot of variables in that I just think the biggest, what do you say, how many percent did you say they rely on wind energy?
Somewhere 23% of the state's power is wind energy.
that about equates to the issues they were having.
That's a pretty big number, yeah.
And she's supposed to be calling in, by the way.
Okay.
And she lives in Waco, and they hadn't lost any power down there where she was at, so I guess it depends on what area it was in. And so it sounds like the area that was dependent on that wind energy was probably some of the hardest hit. But, yeah, and then like I say, that AOC, I mean, come on, $2 million, what the hell is that going to do? But, hey, and then I seen where old Beto, he was out serving up barbecue this weekend.
Oh, Beto O'Rourke, yeah.
Downtrodden. Are you there?
Yes, I got you. Yeah, I'm looking at a story. I guess there's actually even one Texas Republican that's kind of hailing AOC for, quote, crossing party lines and working to help the people in Texas devastated by the storm. So.
Well, that's just, you hate to knock somebody that's trying to do good for somebody,
Correct.
To me, there's no ulterior motive behind it. So what the hey, that's just me being, I don't like that lady, never have, never will.
So
what she happening in Texas, she's wanting for her constituents in New York, and I can't wait till it starts happening there.
Yeah. So what was the good news, Ed? You supposedly had good news and bad news. What's the good news?
Well, hang on a minute. I ain't quite there yet.
Okay.
You're getting greedy, Steve.
Oh.
Hey, what, you want me off here, are you?
No. I got 5 hours. I got 5 hours to fill, Big Ed. Are you with me?
Right. Oh, yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir. I'm going to be with you all night tonight. I heard you mentioning the other day about getting some hats and shirts.
Yeah.
Well, and I think you said something about T-shirts. Look, and I hope the powers that be with Hot Shot Secrets, back in the day when you used to get them STI driver shirts, they were kind of knit and had pockets and collars. They was real nice and you could keep them up. I was kind of hoping that they'd have something like that, or like these golf shirts. You know what I mean? You see like them golfers wear.
Yeah, like the three button with the collar kind of thing on them.
Yes, they're nice. I mean, they're a little more expensive, but I like to wear them with jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's with my old company that I work for. I've got those kind of golf shirts. Got the collars and the button. And now them don't have the pockets, but they're nice shirts, and they go good with a pair of jeans. And I mean, if you're just going to go out for an evening and not get fancy, and I'm Hot Shot Secrets. I'm sure, if they would get shirts like that, there'd be a lot of guys that order them, I would think, because I like to wear them. Because to me, it gives it more of and I wear them out here because it gives more of in my opinion, a professional look.
Right.
Versus a T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
A T-shirt, and I don't knock people that wear T-shirts, but it's more of a rugged look, in my opinion. And, I ain't saying people look bad in T-shirts. I'm just saying it's more of that rugged look where, like me, I want that collar type, maybe, 3 or 4 buttons right there at the top. Or, if they're knit, have a pocket, because you can get them. Because I still got my STI driver shirts. I have always kept them pressed up, and they're still nice. And I've had them since 2005.
Yep.
They're hanging in my closet. And I'll drag one out every now and then and wear it. So Steve Sommers.
They made that was the people there at Beltronics with the STI driver. They made some nice shirts for us every year.
Yeah.
Down there in Louisville.
Yes, and I still got them, and I'll wear them once in a while. Like I say, you get a nice pair of jeans, you're going to go out on the town or something, I'll still wear one, because they're nice shirts. So, anyway, hopefully they're hats. If I get the hats, They're not them big, wide build things. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like
the
a
younger generation,
like the like Eminem wears or whatever, the rapper guy.
Yeah.
No, I think they're going to be the standard.
You get some normal baseball hats.
I think they'll be the standard trucker, baseball cap. Yeah, I believe that's what they've got ordered.
But now, if I have any persuasion, or if you do, if you talk to them, pony that out there, because I know I'm kind of waiting for y'all to get them rolled out. So, I'll buy some. That's for definitely, and I'll buy some for friends, whatever, too.
Yeah.
So, it's good advertisement. I don't know. They're going to have your name on there, Steve Summers Overnight Drive, Hot Shot Secret.
Yep, it's going to have.
I mean, it ain't got to.
It's going to have the logo, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo, and I believe the Hot Shots Secret will be on there too. That would make sense.
Because I love their colors. I love Hot Shot Secret's colors. I most definitely love their colors. I think they stand out, really do. So whoever picked those colors, I'm sure Dave did, did an outstanding job, in my opinion. All right, good news. You ready?
Okay, lay it on.
It's good news for me. That Christopher Bell, very well acquainted with his sister, and not so much as him, because he'd been on the racing circuit with my daughter-in-law. That's her cousin.
Really?
So naturally I heard today, which I'm real happy for the family, because he's from Norman, Oklahoma, and which my daughter-in-law called, was all excited. And his sister named Shannon, she was excited. So, feel good rubs off on you, so I felt good all day about it, or all afternoon and evening. But the thing that, like when he races in Texas, his family, his sister, and my son and his wife, they all go down there and they get set in the pits, and I told him, I said, okay. I said, hey, I'm not bashful. The next time, or the first chance I get, and you guys are going to Texas or up here to Kansas City to sit in the pits, my ass is hooking on your wagon, and I'm coming right along for the ride. I ain't going to miss an opportunity like that.
Yeah.
Would you?
Well, no, I'd love to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's been a happy day to get to hear that young Mr. Bell won that race. I think he's driving for Joe Gibbs.
Correct. That is correct.
So, well, Steve, other than, I guess, President Biden is going to go to Texas this week, so I don't know what he's going to do. Wouldn't it be funny if nobody showed up at the damn airport when he gets down there? So,
I gotta love old Sleepy
Steve,
Joe.
I guess that.
I have one more question for you, Ed. The driver that was missing, the young driver. I guess everything came out okay. Was he just hunkered down in Arkansas in the ice storm or something?
Yeah. Right. I guess what it was. His charger quit working, which naturally his phone went down, and where he was at, he didn't have no way to access to buy a new charger cable or wherever. He must have been parked on the shoulder or something, or
okay.
And so he was out of pocket for 3 days, which naturally concerned his family. And but yeah, it didn't take long after you posted it, and they sent out a notice that they'd make contact with him, which I was glad they did.
That's good.
So which I think that's what this venue's good for, Steve. And I know I appreciated you doing it, because my sister sent it to me, and so I don't know how she heard about it, but she sent it to me. And you was the first one I thought of. I thought, well, I told her, I said, well, he ain't gonna be on there till
Sunday night,
Monday morning. But he's got a big following audience on Facebook, so I know it's appreciated. So, other than that, Steve, I'd tell Knucklebuster not to be leaving no damn pee bottles in Oklahoma. I heard him from Oklahoma. Let's pick up after ourselves, Knucklebuster.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, Steve, thank you, sir, for putting me on. That's all I've got.
Thanks for chiming in here on a Monday, Big Ed. Are you with me? Yeah, close things out for hour number 2. It's 844-3388. Back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, back with more. We roll on into a Monday. Good to have you with us. Not a bad night rolling up and down highways, byways. Much better tonight than we were, say, this time a week ago. Although we are dealing with some wintry precip. And much of Michigan starting to see a little bit of snow breaking out. A little lot of snow up toward Erie, PA. Some lake effect enhancement up in that region. And from east of Cleveland on up into Erie. Then some of those bands pushing down through east central portions of Pennsylvania. The broader area of precip, which the moisture's going to run into some of the colder air that's in place at the surface. And we're going to be looking at several inches of snow, 2 to 4, in the higher elevations, maybe 3 to 5, early in the day there, Monday, Pennsylvania, before eventually changing over to plain old rain. Back in hour number 1, it was snowing in Fort Wayne, for instance. It's now changed over to plain old rain. And it's a pretty fast-moving storm. Lafayette, Indiana, the rain's already pushing off to the east. Indianapolis, you maybe have another hour or less before the rains will be pushing off to the east there. And it's scattered light shower activity here and there from Bloomington to Cincinnati to Louisville. Evansville, things going to be wrapping up there in fairly short order. We do get in some heavier rains from now just east of Memphis on up to Murray, Kentucky. Rains will be pushing into the Nashville metro area here in the next couple of hours as well. But I'll take rain a whole lot better than snow. All right, get back to our calls here, and you hang it in there, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. First thing I want to talk about, I don't really like talking about this guy. I thought I'd seen and heard the last of him, but apparently he's still out there and he's still doing the same deal. I thought 2021 he would turn over another leaf and forget about this racial deals and this other thing with Donald Trump, but he's still talking the same trash. So I'm not going to mention his name on the radio. He knows who I'm talking to because he said like I told the other guy, some of the people that hate you the most are the ones that tune into your radio, to your show every night. So he's listening in right now, and he knows exactly who I'm talking to. Now, Steve, let me tell you this right quick. I made my way through Dallas, Texas yesterday, and you couldn't even really tell that there was snow on the ground. There was no snow on the ground. It just melted or whatever the hell happened to it. But when I drove through there yesterday, there was nothing going on. Dallas was in good condition, after the ice storm blew through town. But there's still a lot of people in Dallas that don't have running water.
Correct.
You talked about that with your previous caller. They got trucks that are trying to make their way to Texas now to deliver water to people. And one of the people that's making the money right now, the plumbers, because all these busted pipes after the ice froze up and now it's starting to warm up, all these pipes are starting to bust and people getting flooded out of their homes. So it's a real bad deal that's going on. But a lot of people have their power back on right now. A lot of people starting to get their power back on in Texas. They still got to, they ain't really nothing to get to the bottom of, when it comes to why the power went out. We are everybody know, well, anybody in their right mind knows why the power went out, because they're using an unreliable source, which is wind power and solar power. And if the United States, like I told you last week, they need to be looking real closely at this situation and not try to use this type of stuff in the future and go back to what we've been using, the most reliable source, which is coal and fuel that comes from the earth. That's what we've been using for a long time, and that's what we should continue to use. This solar power stuff, this is not going to work. But like I say, people like Al Gore and AOC, I'm like your previous caller. I don't trust AOC. They claim she raised $2 million or something. I don't what they're gonna do with the money. I don't know. But like I say, I don't like her. I agree with him. I don't like her. I don't like nothing about her. And hopefully she don't even waste it. Hope she don't come to Texas. She can just send the $2 million and she can stay in Washington D.C. for all I care. But something, Steve. The situation that's going on now, in the truck driving industry, with the weather and everything, we got a lot of freight that's behind schedule right now in the U.S. because a lot of trucks got shut down. So, it's real busy time right now for me. And when I left Texas last week, my home, we had 75 to 100 loaded trailers in the parking lot that they were being delayed, those that were going to Chicago, Indianapolis, or Nashville, or anywhere where the weather was bad. All those loads were being delayed. So it's booming right now, with freight that's moving around. They got to get these loads delivered to these different destinations. So, it's a good time right now. Hopefully that'll be the last cold snap that we have for the rest of the year, because it's almost March in a couple of days. I'm hoping that spring will come on in, and get it, we get winter time over with. But you never know. We might have another cold snap go through, but hopefully things will go better than the last one did. The way I see it, because like I say, I just can't. I got lucky. I just came from Florida, so I got lucky again. I didn't hit none of the snow and ice, as I made my way back to Texas. But yeah, like I say, Steve, we had some unprecedented things that happened. I want to talk about a couple things right quick of what happened in the last week. I don't know if you covered this or not, but the bridge down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, they had to close that bridge down due to ice. And as far as I know, it's been a real long time since ice went that far down to Louisiana, Baton Rouge, and the Mississippi River, where they had to close this bridge down. That's something that I've never heard of the I-10 bridge over the Mississippi River being shut down. And then you went over the fact, like I said, the cold weather even went all the way down to Corpus Christi, Texas, which is on the Gulf of Mexico. They had some animals that live in the water. They had to save those animals because the things were so cold and they couldn't survive. So, things, like I say, in San Antonio, Texas, and in Dallas, Texas, and in Little Rock, Arkansas, all these places saw unprecedented snowfall that they've never seen before. So hopefully this is not a sign of the future is going to be, because these people in these states are definitely not prepared for these type of events to take place in the future. So hopefully they will be prepared so that this never happens again. Because like I told you last week, Steve, when I pulled into a truck stop, I think I talked to you last Wednesday or Thursday, and when I was in Texas and there was no power. There's still some truck stops. I don't know, maybe you can go over the list again. I don't know if they powered up or not, but there was that truck stops in the state of Texas, in San Antonio, Dallas, and other areas that didn't have no lights, nor no showers, no water to take. So, I think things are almost back to with normal, but I think there's still a few truck stops in Texas that have a problem. So maybe you can look up that list during one of your breaks. But like I said, hopefully things will get better. And hopefully these people, this is a wake-up call for the United States. It's definitely a wake-up call for me, because I learned a lot of things. Like I said, I've been living in Texas a long time. I didn't realize Texas had their own separate grid. And like I said, hopefully Texas will learn from this lesson and start going back to the natural power that they need to use, so we never have the problem with the lights being out in Texas again. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Thank you very much there, Eagle. Have a great day. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. All right, AOC. I'm looking at the story, AOC. I guess she was in Texas over the weekend, right? So first she took an opportunity to blast Ted Cruz for his little jaunt down to Cancun, which, by the way, he was only gone for like 24 hours. And I guess in his defense, he was pointing out, like so many millions of people have been working remotely during the whole COVID pandemic. That's what his anticipation was to be doing, working remotely. But either way, I mean, he's taking the blame. He said it was a mistake to leave the state when so many were suffering. Now, I think it was a Lone Ranger who commented on AOC and her raising funds for relief in the Houston area and Texas as a whole. To which Lone Ranger said, "That's called a guilt gift." She feels guilty of how her Green New Deal ideas have actually caused death. Well, maybe, you think? AOC, apparently, I guess the updated story was, raised $3.2 million as of Friday night before visiting Houston. She said, "I think this shows that New York stands with you, but the whole country stands with you." She was outside a food bank where she spent some time volunteering there. Representative Sylvia Garcia, who represents the Houston area, joining AOC, praising her for her efforts. That's pretty big, even in Texas sizes. Talking about the $3.2 million. The funds will be going toward 12 food banks and relief organizations, they say, including the Bridge Homeless Recovery Center, Ending Community Homelessness Coalition, Family Elder Care, Feeding Texas, and the Houston Food Bank, according to the donations page. AOC, of course, Garcia, and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, who also represents the Houston area. We're distributing supplies to help the millions of people lacking the basic necessities. The storm that left at least 46 people dead in 10 states. The majority in Texas and millions across the country without heat, water, or electricity. And there you get into the argument. Some critics arguing the catastrophe was avoidable, blaming the state's independent, insufficiently equipped power grid and the deregulatory policies under their Republican governance. Garcia said Texans don't want to go through this again. They want accountability. They want to know why the system failed and, quite frankly, why the system almost broke. And then, of course, they talk about Ted Cruz under fire for vacationing with his family, facing a barrage of calls to resign on social media. Yeah, he told reporters last Thursday that his decision to leave was obviously a mistake. All right, AOC, of course, who last month accused the senator of trying to get her killed by stoking the flames of election fraud of the January 6th insurrection. She also took to Twitter on Thursday saying, Texans should demand the senator resign. If Senator Cruz resigned back in January after helping gin up a violent insurrection, he could have taken his vacation in peace. It's just an opportunity maybe to get some jabs in on Ted Cruz. All right, with that, what are we looking at? 21 past the hour. Back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Good morning, sunshine. What's happening?
Oh, good morning. I'm headed north on 71. I got a little bit of rain shower here in Columbus. When am I going to hit snow up there on the north side?
Oh, let me flip over. Let me see. Columbus. I mean, there's a little bit of snow.
I got to go up to Cleveland.
you'll get into a little mixed bag of precip, and right now there's not much happening in Cleveland, so I think the warmer air is trying to kind of go trying to go north with you, trying to keep up with you.
I hope it does. That taxed my nerves and skills that last week.
Yeah. At some point, you'll probably, I guess there's going to be that zone between Canton and Cleveland. It's supposed to see a little bit of snow, but it's going to change over to rain all the way up to Cleveland. So.
Yeah. I should get in there about 4:30. So after that, after I get in there and go to sleep, I don't worry about it until 7 o'clock that night.
Yeah.
When I come back down again. On that Ted Cruz deal, I heard the interview from him, and he said he was going to escort his family down there, and then he was planning on coming back, even before they all jumped on him. But he was planning on coming back, getting the family down there and then coming right back. So I think they just want to take and protest. It don't matter who or what anymore.
Yeah, just not the idea, make it look like, see, he doesn't care about you. Ted Cruz doesn't care about the people. He only cared about himself, So.
Yeah, I like these programs on the podcast, that Verdict. I learned a whole lot of stuff from that.
Had Ted Cruz not gone to Cancun for 24 hours or whatever, I don't know how much more he could have done from home versus, as you said, working remotely from Cancun. But the governor's the one. The governor's really the one that's in charge of the relief efforts. They had the emergency declaration. FEMA was on the way, and I'm not sure what all he could have done. But either way, like you said, he's admitting it was a mistake to go. Shouldn't have done that.
It's getting to be bad anymore where a certain amount of people can take and just badger you to death until you either tell them to quit or conform with what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's what I was wondering when I was going to hit snow up here, if I was going to bite the bullet and miss it. So hopefully. So I reckon thanks for putting me on. I think I like this format a lot better.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
With you on, because you can see you every once in a while, and just need to get that camera more toward your face.
Yeah.
So we can see your expressions instead of sideways, see your profile.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in there, Sunshine. I know they said at some point they're looking at another phase where they may have like another camera kind of almost straight in front of where I'm looking toward the computer screen. So you'd have the option, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Select which view you want kind of thing. They might do that someday. They got all kinds of things in the works, all kind of plans. But all righty, what do we see here? About 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. And let me flip over. Knucklebuster sent me the link to the story of an Arkansas state trooper not injured after a semi crashed into his vehicle. Now, trooper was warning drivers of a crash ahead when the semi jackknifed into the back of his vehicle. Now, this was in the icy, nasty weather, middle of last week, along I-40. 25-year-old veteran was using his patrol car, emergency blue lights, attempting to warn westbound motorists of congested traffic ahead of his location due to an accident, I believe, on that side of the highway, trying to slow him down. There was a crash with no injuries that was slowing traffic several hundred yards ahead of where he had stopped. But apparently the traffic was approaching the area, moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour on those ice-covered traffic lanes. And we've seen our fair share of incidents with people going way too fast out there on the icy roads. You don't do 50, 60 mile an hour on icy roads. But the driver of a tractor-trailer approaching the area lost control as it began to brake, jackknifing, impacting the rear of the patrol car. So it was a pretty significant impact, a lot of damage to the trooper's car, but yeah, the trooper was okay. He escaped injury in that crash, and that was the good news there. Other industry headlines, one more here. Police still searching for more than 100 immigrants who ran into the woods after being transported in a refrigerated semi-truck. This happened back on the 18th, so was that Thursday, Friday? At the Quick Trip gas station near IH-37 to Loop 1604 in Bexar County, Texas. So in the midst of that big winter storm and people without power, according to the sheriff, deputies were alerted about a large truckload of illegals when they received a 911 call from one of the stowaways. The caller was having trouble breathing and said they were running out of air in the back of the trailer. The modified truck had been sealed off with foam to create an airtight enclosure that would make it harder for authorities to detect illegal smuggling. Now, due to those modifications, those in the truck were at risk of suffocating. So deputies started patrolling the area, spotted a large group of people jumping out of the back of a refrigerated truck, running into the surrounding woods. Deputies have detained approximately 50 of the 200 immigrants so far. Officials believe that the smuggling suspects may have kind of intermixed with those illegals in the group in the getaway. They detained illegal immigrants in the gas station, and the office is working to determine who the suspects are at this time. Salazar said there was concern that those who fled into the woods, it was freezing. The freezing temperatures and extreme weather conditions. Our concern is that people are going to be very much exposed to the elements. Quite frankly, we're worried some of these people are just going to be freezing to death. They may be in distress very soon. So they continue to search for all those involved. That's about the extent of the story, but still coming in. Just last week, there was a story of about 100 immigrants that were packed in a tanker truck, no less. The calls were coming into 911, and the individual said several in the trailer had already died from a lack of oxygen. And I never did really get the follow-up to that story. It was a very distressing call that came in, but they were searching for a white tanker truck, knowing that there were about 100 illegals packed in the back of that. So like I said, I never did get the follow-up story on how many had passed away, but they're still bringing them in by the hundreds, bringing them in by the truckload. All right, with that, looking at bottom of the hour, get a quick time out here. We'll get back with more of your calls. Got the big moose on the line. Heat wave, I think I just helped dial us back up. I guess heat wave had to roll. And it's room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I had the announcement that Travel Centers of America announcing the signing of a franchise agreement to open a TA Express site in California. In Baker on Interstate 15 at the 221 exit. Expected to be open sometime later this year, they tell us. TA said they also expect 5 other franchised TA Express sites will open in California over the next year. Bakersfield, Grenada, Newberry Springs, Olancha, and Rosemond, California. There you go. We continue to meet the needs of our professional drivers and families, expanding the network where travelers are traveling, including locations like Baker, California. Of course, in that area and many others, sufficient land to provide for a more expansive traditional TA doesn't exist, so we have to do our TA Express model that allows us to provide full services and abundant parking that allows guests to refresh, refuel, repair, whatever you might need to do. So overall, they're expected to open more than 20 franchised travel centers this year in various locations all around the country. All right, what are we looking at here? The Big Moose is on the loose. What's on your mind here on a Monday morning? Good morning, Big Moose.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. Happy Monday.
Well, I don't know if I'm much happy about it, but at least it's raining and not snowing.
Yes.
And by the way, anybody got a sump pump, you better check on its well-being before the weekend gets here, because it's gonna get 50 degrees. I got a feeling them sump pumps are gonna be working double overtime up in this neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I heard a funny. I thought I'd call share it with you.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. This new preacher come to town, and boy, he got up there and just preached a bell-ringing sermon. And after the service, a little old woman come up to him, said, "Reverend," said, "that was probably the finest sermon I'd ever heard preached." Said, "I've got a cousin, Tootie Green, And she is just absolutely going to love you. Said, I'm going to call her, see if we can get her up here. Said, she just got to hear you. So next Sunday, he's up there and he's giving that bell ringer. Same thing. After the service, she come up and said, my cousin Tootie Green's going to come up one of these weekends just special, just to hear you preach. He said, well, that's wonderful. Look forward to it. So one Sunday he was up there preaching away, and here come this good-looking gal right up the center aisle of the church, had this little short skirt thing on, and sat down on the front row there, and preacher stopped, took a step back, and he nudged the deacon. He said, Deacon, is that Tootie Green? Deacon said, I don't think so, Reverend. I believe that's the way that fluorescent light's hitting it.
Oh, my.
Oh, Lordy. But yeah, that's about all going on up here. I got stuck with a backhaul that I didn't want, and I'm going to take it up here and unload it. Now I'm going to run up and get a load of refrigerant and head for Knoxville. So keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll be listening.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in there, old the big moose on the loose. There you go. And next on the list, back to Houston now, where the mayor there said, yeah, the state of Texas should compensate these people for their astronomical electricity bills from last week's freezing weather. The bill should go to the state of Texas. He said the disaster caused by the freezing weather was a foreseeable event, and the state just ignored it. Some residents have reported bills of more than $16,000. But Mayor Turner stressed that the individual consumers didn't cause this catastrophe. When he was in the state legislature, he said he had filed a bill to ensure there was adequate reserves to prevent blackouts, but it wasn't considered by the state's leaders. In this state, we've deregulated energy, in which consumers can choose between a number of suppliers. According to the BBC News, most are on fixed rate payments, but many vary. There are variable rate tariffs that had soaring costs when the temperatures plummeted. So now, the governor is arguing we have a responsibility to protect Texans from spikes like this, a result of severe weather and power outages. So we're going to have to take some action so the consumers don't get stuck with these skyrocketing energy bills. I don't know what that's going to do for the guy that already had $16,000 taken out of his bank account. Now, President Biden did apparently over the weekend declare a major disaster in Texas, I guess on Saturday, which that is going to allow more federal funds to be spent on the relief efforts there. So they already had the emergency declaration, and over the weekend, again, the major disaster declaration. All right, get back to the calls here. Who's next up? Would that be Ranger Jack? What's happening this morning?
Well, we're up here trying to keep her on the road with all this wind coming down 65 out of Chicago. It's really blowing.
I know we're talking.
You have me?
We're talking 40-mile-per-hour winds in our neck of the woods tonight. I know it's blowing out there as we speak, and it's going to continue. So I think that it's all along that front. It's bringing the rain. So all the way from where you are, all the way down into Tennessee, got some pretty strong winds.
Yeah, it's crosswind coming. Coming from the west. It's moving around. I know we get going. We'll have a tailwind going. We'll start eastbound. But on the way up there, I got up there around DeMont, Indiana, up into Gary. It was slush. The vehicles all over the road. They didn't slow down, and it was really tough going through there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to tell you, I finally got a hold of some of the Hot Shot Secret winter anti-gel. I was looking for that. I had tough stuff to find. I called their headquarters up there north of Columbus, and they told me that, they told me I could get it at was it Fire Punk
Diesel. Yeah.
Yeah, so I ran out there to their place. I bought all they had except one bottle, and about $220 worth. And I'm glad I had it the last 2 weeks. Man, I'll tell you, that was, last night we come through Pennsylvania there, coming up over the Laurel Mountains at 2 degrees. So it's been getting really cold out there.
Yeah.
Is that stuff supposed to let up now, or
yep,
are we going to get more of it coming up?
The turnaround is already underway. We're going to start warming. I thought these winds are actually going to be bringing in some warmer temperatures. And I mean, we're talking.
What?
I mean, we're talking 50s by midweek here in Southwest Ohio. 50, 55, something like that. So.
Yeah, I hope it keeps on coming. Yeah, I've had enough of that cold and that snow and stuff. Yeah, we're through with that stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that stuff is good stuff. I'm hoping they get it back on. I hope they get it on the shelves of some of these truck stops, though. But we're going to try to get up there to their headquarters and see Chris. Do you know when he's going to be back up there?
I do not know when his schedule. I think he was going to go down. I think he's probably not coming back to. I think he was going to go down for January, February, and I think March as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's smart, huh? He just stayed out there where he this mess. Is that electric thing with Texas? You know, back home there in Pennsylvania, Pedelec. I don't know why they let them do it. There's companies that do the same thing. They send you notices in the mail. My sister got wrapped up in it. She kept saying, calling me, oh, look, if I get moved from Pedelec to this other company, they're going to give me a better rate, you know, and
right.
I'll save money. And this, I said, I don't think you better do that. I think you just better stick with the you know, official company. Well, she didn't listen, and she got a good rate, but then the thing she got, like, her bill jumped about $100. You know, it's unbelievable how they can do it, and they send us messages, cards in the mail. Oh, you get a $100 Visa gift card if you come over to us. I don't see how the government lets them do that and get away with that stuff.
And you really got to read the fine print to make sure you're not getting in on the deal where your rates can change with the spot prices. You always want to have the fixed rate. You lock it in. Now, sometimes you'll see that you say, well, I'm locked in at this rate, and prices would have been lower. But you may pay a little bit more, but you won't find yourself getting a $10,000 electric bill that way.
Yeah, right. Well, she got out. She went back to Pedelec after he jumped up there that much. But I told her, I said, I don't think there's got to be a catch somewhere, and there was. Another question, do you remember what night that was that Stephen was in there talking to you? By any chance?
Oh, boy. I can't really remember what night that was.
Yeah, we wanted to go back and watch that podcast.
Try to catch the podcast. Yeah. He wasn't here very long. It was only a few minutes, but yeah.
Yeah, we were listening, and, got the phone there, but it never dawned on me, though, he was gone. Yeah, well, I could have took a look at it, seen it. Well, I mean, it's right there. But, I told Lucky Penny, I said, Steve was in there. She said, what's he look like? So why didn't even think about it? But would you go back to the podcast? That was about 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, somewhere right in. Yep, you're correct.
Yeah. So how's everything else going? You sound like you're doing good on there. You're getting a lot more listeners calling in and
people
stuff.
Starting to catch on. Yep, but each passing day, more are finding us, so that's the good thing.
Yeah. Well, you're the Rush Limbaugh of the trucking radio network.
Yeah, that's old Rush. That's big shoes to fill. You know, it's sad. We knew he was going down, but it's just who's going to fill his shoes? That's the question they're asking now.
Yeah. That's I don't know who that's going to be. Lucky Penny said Trump ought to take up that spot. He could talk a long time. I don't know. He could probably find something to talk about.
Yeah. Well, all right, Ranger Jack. Well, tell old Lucky Penny we said hello. Y'all be safe out there, and watch those crosswinds. Yeah, that's actually had a special weather statement here for our area. Pretty much just alluding to the winds gusting to like 40 miles per hour during the overnight hours tonight. So, but the question. So now, who takes the place of Rush as the media ringmaster of the right? The answer, they say, is most likely nobody. That's not because Rush was uniquely talented among conservative broadcasters, although his popularity and his influence surely rank him in the highest tier. But he almost single-handedly created a right-wing mass media universe with its knee-jerk hatred of Democrats, mocking nicknames that allowed him to imprint his grievances and goals on the national debate. About 15 million people a week tuned in for his 3-hour program daily. But Rush's monopoly on outrage was kind of fractured by 1,000 rivals. Fox News, which Sean Hannity acknowledged last week would likely not exist without Rush's paving the way, became hugely influential in mainstream Republican politics. Younger MAGA devotees probably are more likely to download the popular podcasts from Ben Shapiro or Dan Bongino, and then they try to catch Rush live on his radio during their lunch break. But all that means that whichever conservative pundit inherits that golden microphone will not hold command quite the same way. As they point out, Jimmy Fallon can host The Tonight Show, but he'll never be Johnny Carson. You know, there was only one. There's so many different platforms to interact with conservative voices, and there's so many more voices today, according to one Republican strategist. If you're pro-Trump, you've got Breitbart, you've got Newsmax. If you're more of a moderate Republican, you've got The Bulwark, you've got Charlie Sykes. I follow 25, 26-year-old conservatives on Instagram who are sharing 2-minute videos that young people actually connect with personally. I don't think we're ever going to see where one person will be the king of this realm, kind of like Rush was. He's a one-of-a-kind, but yes, for all those years. All right, looking at 10 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Roadmaster. Good morning.
How you doing, Stevie?
Doing well. What's happening?
I just laid around the house all week, enjoyed the ice and the snow with the kitty cat and mama, and didn't do nothing. So I decided to get out and try to work a little bit, so I'm at it this morning.
So you, like so many others, were just being lazy all week in the snow and ice, huh?
Yeah. I call it gray hair privilege. After 37 years of this stuff, I figure I deserve to take a week off if I want to. Yeah. That you were talking about AOC a minute ago when you was talking about that senator down in Texas. What is AOC? I know I'm from East Kentucky. It means I'm naturally stupid. But what is AOC?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I can't even pronounce that, so I don't mean no good.
So just
what is that? Is that what is she? What?
Oh, she's a member of Congress. She was elected there in New York, and she's one of the most far left liberals that walk in the face of the planet. She's she's even further left than Bernie Sanders. She's the one that came up with this what they call the Green New Deal. Going to save the planet. She's the one that said the planet's going to not exist in 10 years if we don't address it. We've got to address climate change. We're all going to die.
In other words, she's the same thing to Al Gore as what Monica was to Bill Clinton. Is that kind of what's going on there? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought I'd call in, say hi. I'm back behind the wheel again.
Well, all right. Thanks for checking in this morning. Be safe out there. And AOC, if you don't know anything about her, you ain't missing nothing. So don't.
I figured that. You're doing a super job, little buddy. Keep being the legend and hang in there.
All right. Welcome back out on the road for another week. Yeah, being lazy all last week. Yeah, you gotta make some money, right? All right, what are we looking at here? They tell us, and I kind of remember going back, early on in the COVID pandemic, when they were talking about to wear a mask or not wear a mask, to wear a face shield or not wear a face shield. Remember some of the questions about people that wear eyeglasses are less likely to come down with COVID. And I guess, the numbers are officially in. Wearing glasses makes you up to 3 times less likely to catch COVID. Researchers found people with spectacles rub and touch their eyes less, that is a significant source of infection. They also found poor and uneducated people are more likely to get the virus, partly because they don't wear glasses as much. Now, according to the report, people touch their faces 23 times an hour, and their eyes 3 times per hour on average. That's the average individual. Transmission occurs by touching the face, nose, mouth, and eyes. Touching one's nose and mouth is significantly reduced when wearing, of course, a face mask properly, but that doesn't protect your eyes. Touching and rubbing the eyes may be a significant route for infection. Again, the risk of COVID was 2 to 3 times less in the spectacle-wearing population versus the population that does not wear eyeglasses. Well, okay. And I guess if you've got your glasses on, you've got something to block. If the virus is in the air that you're walking through, someone just passed by and they might have exhaled some droplets. Less likelihood that it's going to be able to actually get in your eye. May get caught by the lens. All right, with that, what are we looking at? Lines available at 844-844-3388. We kind of head down the home stretch here for another hour number 3. Think, Eagle, are you back with us? You had something else you wanted to share? Yes, sir, go ahead. Eagle, take 2. Unless he dozed off.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Eagle.
I'm still here. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, Eagle, we got you.
Okay, I was having a phone. I was having receptions. Okay, I wanted to talk about the something that you went over after I had called in about this immigration deal, down here in Texas. Like I said, I do a lot of driving in Texas, due to the fact that I live here. But recently, since the Biden administration has
taken place in the last 4 weeks since he's been in the White House. I'm looking at a video. I got to look at it later tonight. The Biden, since he has been in the White House, Biden, he needs to confirm what this guy's goals are, because apparently the people down in Guatemala and Honduras, they have heard about Joe Biden was going to let some people into the country that had applied for asylum or something and let them wait here in the U.S. instead of waiting in Mexico. But apparently the whole country of Guatemala and Honduras think they're welcome to the U.S. too. Joe Biden, he needs to be a man about this situation, and either say yes or no, like with Donald Trump. Those people knew, and they didn't even try to attempt after a certain point to even try to get into the U.S. because they knew that there was no way, no how they was getting in with Donald Trump in control. Now we got Joe Biden in, and they've already, since he's been in the White House, caravans are starting to do their thing. They're starting to load people up, and they're starting to make their way back towards the U.S. because Joe Biden will not stand up and say, no, you are not going to be allowed into this country. He is telling these people that there's a possibility of them getting in. And that's all these people need to hear for them to start making their move to here to the United States. And another mistake that this guy is making is that he's saying that these people are allowed, you've gone over this over and over, and other people have gone over, they're allowed to stay in the United States while they wait for their paperwork to be processed or to see if they're going to be accepted. Like, those people are going to disappear. You already know that, Steve, and everybody else knows that. Those people are not going to show up for a court date 6 months to a year from now. Once those people are released into the United States, you'll never hear from them again. And if you think, who would be dumb enough to go back to a courtroom and for the judge to tell you that you would sending you back to your country? Those people will never be seen again. And this is the reason why you've gone over story after story, and I'm noticing it myself, about these people being shoved in the back of these trucks, these trailers. Mm-hmm. These people being shoved in the back of tank trucks to try to get them into the U.S. It's a dangerous situation when you're putting individuals in the back of tractor trailers when it's 100 degrees outside during the summertime. People can suffocate inside of these trailers, but these people that are transporting them, they don't care. There's money. Every head is like a load of cattle that they use these people as. Every head that's in the back of that trailer, that's money in somebody's pocket. And they're going to keep on attempting to do this because there's money to be made. But this is a dangerous situation for not only for American people, but also for the people that are being transported in these vehicles. A human is not supposed to be transported in the back of a trailer, nor a tank. I've been driving trucks for a long time, Steve, and that story that you talked about, and I looked it up myself, I've never heard of an individual being put in the back of a tank truck that's used to haul fuel or milk or whatever they're using. Yep. I've heard of trailers and other forms, but I've never heard of human beings being placed in the back of a tank truck. That's a dangerous situation. There's no air that's circulating in that tank, and you're gonna have a lot of people lose their lives unnecessarily. And this all could be avoided. Joe Biden needs to stand up and be a man about this. Like I said, it's either yes or no. You either gonna allow the border to be wide open, or you're gonna close the border, shut the border down like Donald Trump did. He needs to make a decision because these people are under the assumption that Joe Biden is going to open the border in the U.S. is wide open, and that's why they're making their way to the U.S. As simple as that. So Biden, it's up to Biden at this point to make the right decision. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Once again, thank you very much, Eagle. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, Biden has kind of reversed many of the policies that Trump had implemented. The whole wait in Mexico until the paperwork's processed. Don't let them in the United States and then give them a date to come back in 2 years because of the backup. Yeah, that's just the beginning. We kind of knew this was going to be coming down the pike if Joe Biden were elected, which he did. Former White House senior advisor Stephen Miller yesterday lashing into Joe's immigration proposals and policies, which he called madness. Via an interview on Sunday Morning Futures, Miller decried the reversal by this new administration, the reversal of so many of Trump's immigration policies. Now, get a load of this. The legislation put forward by President Biden and congressional Democrats would fundamentally erase the very essence of America's nationhood. For the first time, I believe, in human history, this legislation proposes actually sending applications to previously deported illegal immigrants to give them a chance to come back into the country on a rapid path to citizenship. How mad is that? This is on top of the fact that the current administration has already dismantled border security, canceling the president's historic agreements with Mexico and with the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, restoring the catch and release, additionally gutting interior enforcement by issuing a memo preventing ICE agents from removing the vast majority of criminal illegal immigrants that they encounter. Now, I went on to say the Trump agreements with those countries meant we were able to ensure that if you were apprehended illegally, you were safely and humanely returned home. President Biden hasn't only failed in his duty to protect American people, he is going out of his way to privilege illegal immigrants over American citizens. So when your kids can't go to school, when your spouse or you have been laid off because of COVID-related shutdowns, 200 countries in the world can send their illegals to our border without masks, without vaccines, without health care. I mean, essentially without any rules at all. And he's already, that being President Biden, has put forward the pathway to citizenship for the estimated 11 million that are illegally in the country. But all right, so you've got those that are illegally here, but I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? You know, someone that may have been deported last year or the year before, sent back to their home country. Hey, let's get a hold of them and tell them, come on back, come back. And that's with millions of people right now unemployed in this country. And then Joe's looking at another 1.4 to 2 million people potentially being put out of work with the $15 an hour minimum wage requirement, which, you know, they're still bickering back and forth about that, but I'm hearing more and more saying they're going to get this in this COVID package, the minimum $15 an hour. Now, that's the official numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. 1.4 million additional people will lose their jobs. All right, we've reached the top of another hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So we were talking earlier about things going to be warming up big time in the desert southwestern portions of the country. It's going to be a totally different tale, although somewhat warmer, in the Pacific Northwest, where you've had a persistently cold, wet pattern throughout the month of February. Now, the changing weather pattern is going to bring another influx of moisture into that region. This time, though, the moisture is going to arrive from the tropical Pacific. So there's going to be a few key differences. That wet, unsettled pattern that targeted Oregon and Northern California Friday night as a quick-hitting storm. Rumbles of thunder even heard in places like Crescent City, California, as that storm pressed inland. Now, that storm continued on a quick eastward pace through the day on Saturday, largely coming to an end along the Oregon-California coast by about midday. We did see rain change to some snow showers inland into the Great Basin and the Central Rockies. Saw some slippery travel conditions there. The main event that will be responsible for more noticeable changes across the Northwest and the majority of the country over the coming days started pushing onshore yesterday morning. because the higher snow levels with these upcoming systems continuing on into the day today will lead to an increased flooding threat as a result of both falling rain and the melting snow. During the day Sunday, we saw a steady stream of rain along the I-5 corridor in western Washington and Oregon as that storm made its final approach. Places like Seattle and Tacoma, Portland, Salem, Oregon, dealing with rounds of wet weather. On into this morning, we'll be watching the steadier, heavier rain begin to increase that flooding threat because of the, again, expected high snow levels. Runoff from the Cascade Mountains will further increase the river levels. Western Washington's expected to take the brunt of the precip overnight tonight. Lesser amounts further south in western Oregon. Now, that may lead to some travel issues for your morning commute in many locales. Along and west of the Cascades, there's going to be the potential for mudslides, rendering some roads impassable for a time. That threat will translate southward during the day on Monday. So places like Portland, Salem, Oregon, you'll expect some steadier rainfall as well. While the bulk of the wet weather is Sunday into Monday, there's probably going to be some lingering rain and snow showers into the day on Tuesday as well. Tuesday, the snow levels are expected to drop a bit closer to past levels, which may throw another monkey wrench into your travel plans. Looks like we'll see a bit of a break in the stormy pattern for Wednesday. It's not going to last long, though, as the next storm approaches the northwest on Thursday. So still keeping up with a fairly busy weather pattern for much of the western or Pacific Northwest, while it's much quieter in the southwestern portions of the country. Looking at 13 past the hour, and lines available at 844-844-3388. And repeat offenders, she says. Hello, Rhonda, take two.
I know, right? Repeat offender right out of the freaking gate.
That's okay.
Part of the thing with the, it's just my thing. I'm senile, so. But no, this is a couple of new things. You were talking about Pennsylvania and that earlier at the beginning of the show. And since I got past Du Bois, they've got the lights flashing that they've got a winter weather advisory for this morning.
Yeah.
And the company called me because my E-log isn't working or my satellite's not working. And so they think I'm still off duty at home and called me and told me to stay home. I said, I ain't home. I'm in Pennsylvania. Oh. But anyways, the thing with the glasses is because I wear them, I tell them I'm more dangerous if I pull it down below my nose at least, because I'm more dangerous if I can't see because of my glasses being fogged up to other people in the store if I got a cart.
Yeah.
Than I am if I pull it down, because I don't think rubbing your eyes has got anything to do with it, because I rub my eyes all the time and I got glasses on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, they've got the sign lights flashing. They've got the Artemis signs lit up. So, but it's high and dry here. I did forget about the wind earlier when I talked to you, but it's been good trucking. That's why I'm in the dark.
There you go.
Yay. So, but I appreciate you being a guy. I missed you. So, have a good night.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Ryan. Be safe up there. I'm kind of zooming in on the radar scene here. And snow it's making its way over toward PA. Let me zoom in a bit here. Got to click on it first. Yeah, Western PA beginning to see the first snowy returns showing up there. See where our rain beginning to wind down in Indianapolis. You're on the backside. Rains will be kind of wrapping up in Fort Wayne. Louisville, you still have a little bit of shower activity to go. Still raining outside our studios. You've got a little bit of snow on the leading edge. From Cleveland down to it's east of Parkersburg, West Virginia. Little bit of snow pushing over toward, I guess in the next hour or so, you maybe see some snow showers arriving in Pittsburgh, and things will continue to fill in from west to east. See a lot of spotty shower activity that's kind of broke out this morning in the southeastern USA. You've got some spotty showers in Charlotte to Atlanta. More rain from just around Tuscaloosa, Alabama, up to Huntsville. Rain beginning to come to an end from a line from like Memphis to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Yeah, so the rains have already pushed through, but apparently many areas along that line with that storm, those gusty winds, and that's the winds are not ushering in colder air; they're actually ushering in warmer air. So we'll take that. All right, then had our special weather statement talking about the winds. 40 miles per hour, so it's not a high wind warning. Not reaching that quite threshold just yet. But, you're definitely going to notice if you're on a north to south interstate, definitely seeing the winds or feeling the winds. Kind of a both hands on the wheel kind of night. All right, who's next up here? Would that be the heat wave?
Dadgum, that was a short wait. Good morning, senor. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
Yeah. So I guess the weekend was all right. Just too short, but okay.
That's about it. That's the extent of it. Yep.
Yeah. Well, when we got done talking to you Monday morning, we didn't get to go out until 6:30 Saturday, just waiting for freight to come in. So we done went to Bloomington, CA, and now we're up here in SLC, UT, and now we're going back to Bloomington, CA. 15's pretty clear. It's nice out there. So, I was going to talk about Big Ed was talking about AOC earlier, and you're not going to get something for nothing. She's going to want something out of you, and you figure with her costing New Yorkers and her constituents in her area all that money by chasing out Amazon. You would have thought she would have raised the money for her people instead of trying to act like the peacemaker. The only peace that'll be with her is when she's no longer in that seat. Someone else with common sense is in it. But, what they say about common sense, a lot of people don't have it. It's a rare commodity, and if you find it, you better keep a hold of it. So, that is absolutely frightening about the people paying that much money for electricity, and I feel sorry for that veteran. There's no doubt in my mind that if anybody needed some help, he for sure is one of them. That ERCOT or whatever the hell they call that. He touched on it the other night. I think there are 16 seats. The 16th seat is not held by anybody just yet. And there are 5 of the 15 that are not living in the state of Texas. In fact, 2 of them live out of country. One lives in Canada and one lives in Germany. And my question is, why would you even have 5 people from out of state on your board of governors? That does not make any sense to me. So
I hadn't heard that. So people that don't even live in Texas, but they're on the Electric Reliability Council's board.
Yes, I think one is in Kansas, one's in Michigan, and I don't know where the other one is. But the 2 of them that are out of country, one's in Canada, one's in Germany. So how are they going to know what the needs of Texans are, being that damn far away?
Wow.
So, so I don't know. It's craziness. Ever since Biden got foisted upon us, because I wouldn't say he got elected in office. I'm still one of those that think he got in with a little bit of help from the underworld, being the rest of the Democrat Party. These next 2 years for sure are going to be some of the hardest and darkest we're ever going to go through. I really don't see where any of us are going to benefit from his supposed policies. And, when he puts the needs of the world ahead of the needs of American citizens, it right there, it just shows that he's a sellout. He always has been with being buddies with China, getting them to fund his son's bank account for whatever reasons that he supposedly is in for. I don't know. You can't call your son the smartest man you know because he got thrown out of the Navy for smoking crack. You shouldn't benefit from being a politician's kid, but maybe that's the smartest part that he's talking about. He knows how to worm his way through his daddy to get paid. And I heard about what Biden plans on doing. He says, "Oh, you can have your guns, you can have the Second Amendment, but I'm just going to make it harder for you guys to have anything to use." What we were talking about earlier this month about his $800 insurance for gun owners. We didn't know if that was going to be per gun or if that was going to cover them all. And, what he's doing is abridging the rights of Americans who want to own guns, that can legally own guns, from doing so. That crazy coot needs to go ahead and just take the guns away from those who are not supposed to have guns in the first place. And those that aren't supposed to have guns, besides the felons, are military members that got out with a dishonorable discharge, i.e. his son, Hunter. So, leave my rights alone. If somebody doesn't want to have a gun, well, that's their choice. I want to have guns. That's my choice, and I've done it the right way.
Correct.
I served my time. Clinton fired everybody because he didn't think we needed to be in there. He gave everybody the pink slip, and I was on my 8th year, and they're like, "Well, you've already served your time. See you later. Have fun." And I wasn't the best, but I was far from being the worst. And that really, I should say now, it doesn't come as a surprise, but at the time when I was in, 20 plus years ago, it was a shock, no doubt. So, I'm really not liking what's going on right now at all, one bit. So, I don't want to end this on a sad, angry note. We got time for a Sunday funny?
Well, surely.
Okay. My name's not Shirley, but that's all right. Hey, I was going down the country road here, just having a nice old time before all this freezing weather hit, and I seen this 3-legged chicken. 3 legs.
3 legs.
Of course, I'm doing about 3 legs. I'm doing about 25 on the highway or on the dirt road. Well, he passes me by like I'm standing still, and I step on the gas a little bit more, and I'm barely catching up to him. He turns his head around, cocks it to one side, and he just puts on a burst of speed that would surprise the road runner. And I had to follow his dirt track, the dust that he made, and I went to the farmer's house. And I said, "Did you by chance see that fast-running 3-legged chicken?" And he says, "Yes, sir." He says, "I'm the proud owner of that one and many others." I said, "Why would you want to have a chicken with that many legs?" And he says, "Well, when you have a chicken dinner, don't you enjoy a nice, good-tasting drumstick?" I said, "Well, yeah, I do." He says, "Does your wife enjoy a nice, tasting drumstick?" I said, "Yes, she does." He said, "And if you happen to have someone come over for dinner, wouldn't you want to give them a drumstick as well?" And I thought, "Well, yeah, I guess I would."
Yeah.
And he said that's why I bred them. And I said, "Well, how does the meat taste?" And he looked at me and he looked at the ground and he came back up and said, "Son, that's the issue we've had. We've never been able to catch one of them damn chickens."
Oh boy, yeah.
You have
right.
a good morning, senor.
A three-legged chicken. That's one fast chicken. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. I meant to ask him. Daggone it. Maybe you can call back. We got to do a phone reset here in a few minutes, bottom of the hour. But I was talking this past evening with Pappy, and we were talking about the power outages in Texas and all that kind of stuff. And you're talking about solar panels, he's actually kind of looked into, said, I wouldn't mind having as a backup or maybe something to supplement the power in the event of an outage, but it's mighty darn expensive. The panels, something like $3,000, but he said it's actually the batteries that are so darn expensive. Because you got solar panels that they generate the juice that goes into the batteries for storage. And I guess if it's summertime, on a nice sunny day, and if your batteries are at capacity, you can actually sell power back onto the grid, which would come in handy, especially hot summer days when everybody's got the AC fired up and things like that. Of course, solar panels weren't doing a damn thing in Texas last week because solar power generation was at zero. There was, of course, clouds. Most of the panels were snow-covered. They weren't generating anything. But I said, I remember a heat wave about a year ago. He was talking about getting those solar panels put on his roof. And I think he's actually had the opportunity to sell some of that power back onto the grid or whatever. So I thought next time we'll talk to Heatwave, we'll ask him about that. Meanwhile, Sunshine, yes.
Yeah, another thing you might want to take and keep track of in the next, 2-3 weeks, they said they're going to start the Spence Bridge painting project.
Oh, really?
And its estimated time to be done is November. So that's going to make a lot of I-71, 75 down through there. They're going to cut lanes and this, that, and the other while they're painting the whole bridge.
Have they been talking about, so there's going to be lane closures involved with that?
Lane closures, and they're going to have some of the exits closed when they, need to close them.
Wow.
So that's going to be a mess down there. So you might want to take and, check that out before you come on the air. And I don't know if they're doing it at nighttime or not, or if it's going to be during the day, or, who knows how they're going to work it. But they're saying the project's supposed to be done in November.
Okay. So all spring and all summer and into the fall.
Yep.
That'll make for a fun summer.
Yep. I'm up here to 181. It's got 38 degrees up here now. So it's dropping the further north I go.
Okay.
I will let you go.
Well, thanks for the heads up. You got again. I pulled up the story. She's talking about. I had not caught that at this point. I'd missed out on that. The Brent's Bridge. That's from Cincinnati across into northern Kentucky. He's going to get a fresh coat of paint starting in March. But that also means months-long lane closures. Routine maintenance, including cleaning and painting, begins March 1st. But that will require various lane closures on the bridge, as well as the closure of several ramps that actually provide access to the bridge. So what are we looking at here? Okay, this looks like officials expect the project to be completed by November the 15th. Anticipated lane and ramp closures include 2 westmost lanes going northbound, the 4th Street on-ramp to I-71-75 north in Covington, the 2 westernmost lanes going southbound, I-71 southbound on-ramp from Fort Washington Way, and the 3rd Street on-ramp to I-71 South. Held a press conference on Friday to which they say this is the first time in nearly 30 years the bridge has been painted. 2016, former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin proposed spending $38 million to paint and repair the Brent Spence Bridge and to pay for engineering studies to improve the traffic flow. Okay, so that's going to be an ongoing project. Now, that's just, we just got through with like a 2-month, remember the fiery truck crash that had lanes shut down for quite the length of time? And we saw big-time backups along the Brent Spence. Anytime you shut down even one lane on that bridge, the backups don't take long at all to get rather lengthy. All right, with that, we'll get a quick time out here. Come back with more of your calls at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So somehow or another, we got to try to get some of these people on the same page. You remember going way back early on in the COVID pandemic. You got to wear a mask. No, you don't want to wear a mask. No, it's actually it's worse to wear a mask. Yeah. This information one day, then different information the next day. And these guys, they still aren't on the same page. Over the weekend, it was either Saturday or Sunday, Dr. Fauci said, we're still going to be wearing masks in 2022. Yeah, probably the entirety of 2022. May have been the same day. A John Hopkins professor, John Hopkins, the one that's been tracking the numbers since this all got started. John Hopkins professor and surgeon says the coronavirus could be mostly gone by April. I mean, that's just around the corner. Marty McCary, who teaches at the University School of Medicine and Bloomberg School of Public Health, wrote an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal Friday, stating that the daily infections have declined by 77% since January. Quote, there's reason to think the country is racing toward an extremely low level of infection. Now, as more people have been infected, most of whom have mild or no symptoms, there's less people to be infected. At the current trajectory, I expect COVID to be mostly gone by April, allowing Americans to resume normal life. Well, hallelujah. Vaccinations and the high number of people who've already been infected in the U.S., more than 28 million, could contribute to what they call the herd immunity coming up in the spring. The White House and other experts not so optimistic. Some saying herd immunity may not be reached until much later this year. What is herd immunity, though? That occurs when enough people become immune to a virus, kind of essentially ending the spread. McCary also said that it could protect against new strains of COVID from spreading. When the chain of transmission has been broken in multiple places, it's much harder for it to spread. And that includes the new strains. Can we get you guys on the same page? Fauci. Fauci always doing the worst case scenario. We're going to be wearing masks through 2022. So for what it's worth. And, may this be the next ball to drop. Russian health officials over the weekend reporting a new strain of what we call the bird flu or avian flu that has never before transmitted from birds to humans. After an outbreak first occurred in a poultry farm last December, the country's public health chief announcing that 7 cases of H5N8, that's the strain that's been detected among the poultry farm workers in southern Russia, prompting health officials to alert the World Health Organization. Only time will tell how soon further mutations will allow it to overcome this barrier. We've seen various strains on a global scale of swine flu, the H5N1, the H7N9, the H9N2, but Russia's top health official said all cases were mild and the infected individuals have recovered. But the discovery of this strain gives us all, the whole world, time to prepare for possible mutations and the possibility to react in a timely way. We need to get ahead of it, developing test systems and vaccines. World health officials told Fox News those infected were asymptomatic. No human-to-human transmission has occurred at this time. But reports were surfacing late last year that the H5N8 strain was prevalent in birds in at least 15 regions in Russia. Cases had been identified in China, the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe. Now, not all avian flus can infect humans. Health officials previously said poultry workers were most likely to get sick because they're working with the infectious or the dead animals. Now, the most well-known avian flu strain, the H5N1, that was the one that was going to kill us all here about 10, 15 years ago, actually has a 60% mortality rate. But the U.S. has yet to report any infections amongst the people, according to the CDC. Yeah, we were all awaiting the bird flu, which somehow just magically kind of disappeared. But they did come up with a vaccine for that. I think it's pretty routine that every annual flu shot in recent years has had the H5N1 flu strain vaccination in it. Again, if memory serves. Let's get back to our callers here. And is it Fishbowl Roger? Who we got on the line?
What are you talking about? How about Mechanic Roger?
Mechanic Roger. All right, well, it says Fishbowl Roger. Mechanic, how the hell are you?
Okay, just called to aggravate you.
Oh, man, it's been how many years since we've talked to you? It's been forever and a day.
Oh, it's been a while. 2011, something like that, maybe.
So it's been 10 years.
Maybe earlier than that.
So you stopped driving truck and you were working at a casino or whatever, security or something for a period of time. That's the last I had heard. What are you doing these days? Anything?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. Completely retired.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I heard you earlier, and then I fell asleep. So I figured I'd call because you don't answer my messages. Whenever I send you a message on Messenger, it was Ed and Michelle that had the water cooler line break.
I saw that message. Yeah, I remember that. That's right. Yeah, she was Dreamcatcher, and I can't remember what his handle was.
Snake.
Snake. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Sure enough.
So, other than that, not too much going on, but I didn't know whether you was getting my messages or not, so I figured I better call.
I don't see many messages via, the messenger. I just happened to be, I had the Facebook page up, and I did see that one pop up, though. I didn't know that was you, though.
Yeah. Yep, that's me.
I'll be darned.
I sent you a nice newspaper article from back in 1944 also.
Okay.
you back up on the same. I sent it all today, so I even sent you a Damn It Ray piece from YouTube.
Me and Damn It Ray. Yeah, the old. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I think I saw that above the message about. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I sent you. There's a newspaper article from 1944, and underneath it, I put "This will stir the pot."
Wow.
So, how you been?
We're plugging away. You still over there, and what is it, Washington, PA, or whatever?
Oh yeah, still in the same place.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, until I can move to Mexico, I'll be right here.
Okay. Are you going to move to Mexico?
One of these days, I'll be going down there.
Really?
I live that long.
Huh.
I'm down there. I go down 3 times a year now. So I should be down there right now, actually.
So what do you do when you go down there? You go to like the all-inclusive resorts or something, or?
Yeah, go to an all-inclusive. Just hang out, and eat good, drink free, and go to the beach.
Yep, that's fun.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. So you still get out on your Harley? You still got your bike, or did you get rid of that?
Oh, no, I haven't had a motorcycle since 2008.
Oh.
My knees got too bad, and even if I had one now, I wouldn't be able to ride it because I got almost the whole bottom of my foot cut off last year.
Oh, boy.
So we just got to walk with a limp and a cane.
Okay.
But we still hang in there.
Well, like I said, it's been a long time since we heard from old mechanics. Seems like somebody asked about you like a week ago. Somebody brought you up. Have you ever heard from mechanic? I said, nope, haven't heard from him forever.
It's probably Ed.
It might have been.
Or Doc.
And we did hear from Doc last week for the first time in a coon's age also. He never calls the show. He a lazy bum.
He must be in Facebook jail again. I'm just trying to figure out who won the free meal. Well, I picked 10 days, and that's about what it was when he disappeared again.
So what do you have?
Anyways, I figured that's all.
You had a wager going on when he would be back in Facebook jail. What's he posting? Politically incorrect stuff or what?
I don't know. You bet on it. You answered it.
Did I?
You said, yeah. You said I bet the same day.
Oh, the same day he got out of jail. It seems like I do kind of remember that last week. Yeah.
Man, you're getting forgetful in your old age.
Yeah, old timer's disease.
Uh-huh. All right, man, I'll let you go.
Either that or I might have been. I was probably.
See if you can find that newspaper article.
Okay, I'll try to pull that up. Yeah, I might have been a six-pack, a skull buster in when I made that wager. Just have no recollection. Good to hear from old mechanic. How about that? Hey, let's see. Heat wave is back. Yeah, the solar panel thing. Okay. Yeah, Pappy was asking about that. How much did it set you out of pocket?
Oh, about $35,000-$36,000.
Oh, that's a lot more than he was thinking.
Yeah, I've got 27 panels on my roof.
Okay.
Facing south, and that's where the optimum sun comes in. Now, if I wanted the battery backup, or where we could store the charge, that would have been another $15,000. But as it is, it used to be that you could sell the kilowatt hours back at $15.50 per hour, and then they cut it back to $8.75, And that was last year was the last year you could get that much for selling it back, and this year it's like $575. And then after 2 years at $575, then it all goes away.
Uh-huh.
But right now, I'm just doing it. Basically they're getting more than enough to pay my bill, and the only thing that comes out of my pocket is for the meter, the electric meter. But I tell you what, on a nice sunshiny day, it is fantastic just to stand outside with shower shoes on, flip flops, little sunglasses and an old hat, and just watch that meter just spin like a top. And the electric meter spin backwards. I mean, it is absolutely fantastic. My wife has lupus and vasculitis, amongst other issues. So during the summertime, to keep the house cold, I was spending almost $500 to $600 a month just in electricity. So with what I have now, I'm not paying anything except for the panels themselves. And it's 18 months at $100. And then since I didn't give them the 30% tax credit to pay off the loan, then it's going to jump up to $235, I think, around July or so. But I mean, even then, that is still better than paying what I was paying out the nose to keep that house cold enough for the wife. So, it's you have to get a form 1099, and then whenever you sign it, that date, that's when they start, they start giving you the credit. You're selling it, and they buy it from you. But then at the end of the year, you still have to go ahead and pay taxes on whatever it was you sold them.
Okay.
So, at least that's the way it is in New Mexico. So now, if the power goes out during the daytime, and since I do not have the batteries, the solar panels do not do anything. They turn off. So I'm just as in the dark during the daytime as the rest of the people out there are. The fear is that they do not want to have a feedback from the solar panels going through the wires in case a wire is broke, and they want to make sure that the gentleman, the lineman, doesn't get the shice shocked out of him.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I had the batteries, then I could go ahead and just, then it would automatically just where I'm using it off the batteries during the blackout, so to speak. But since I don't have the batteries, it automatically turns off.
Wow.
So, so instead of getting batteries, I'm seriously looking into getting a portable generator. That way, whenever that does go off, I can just go to the main and swap over, just turn everything off. So all the juice that a generator would generate would actually go to the house itself, and no one else would have it. Now, the reason why you can't do that with solar is because you're going to continuously build, a power, and that power's got to go someplace. And if you don't have it to where you got it stored, then you're going to blow yourself up, burn out, do something. But I mean, it's not good for the system. And I understand those Generacs that they've been advertising, they have an issue during the wintertime because the air being so cold, when it comes into the air intake, it heats up. And then when it does that, well, then they start with moisture getting into the system, and those generators start vapor locking. And, it may be okay during the summertime, but I mean, if you have power outages during the wintertime, that really ain't going to do you no good. So,
with your initial investment, that you're probably never going to be like, return on investment, are you?
Oh, well, I'm not paying, $400 to $600 a month. Between that, but between $400 and $600 a month, especially during the summertime. But I mean, even during the wintertime, I'm still getting a lot of sun, minus those days where it snows, and I'm still putting out. What is it? 660 kilowatt hours a month.
Okay.
During the wintertime. Yeah. So I mean, it's paying for itself. And if I just get off my lazy hind end and go ahead and sign the papers and turn it in, then I may be getting a little bit more that I can go ahead and put towards the system. But I mean, it's just the paperwork that I'm really not real thrilled about. And I think right now, if you get the contract to get solar, I think it's a 27% tax credit that you get. It is in New Mexico, and then it drops down to 25, and then it'll eventually just peter out to nothing. Of course, then again, with the governor wanting to go ahead and force everybody, when they have a new house, to have solar on it and have an electric charger, car charger, whether you have one or not. She ought to be putting out some money to help offset the cost, because
right.
I mean, the batteries and the solar panels, I mean, $35,000 for the panels, $15,000 for the batteries. I mean, that's already adding $50,000 to the price of the house. So I just seen a disgusting sign out here in Salt Lake City. They have Romney's picture up on there against a red background, and it says, "Thank you for standing up for the Constitution." Well, there are some illiterate and ill-educated, ill-informed people in the Salt Lake City area.
Wow.
That's something else.
So thanking him for voting to impeach Trump, essentially.
Yeah. Those 7 people just need to go ahead and change their party affiliation right now, because they are not doing the Republicans any good. No, they're not doing them any good at all. So, but anyways, I wish I had another Monday funny for you, but I'm kind of running short on them myself, so I'm gonna have to go back into the logs of the old Johnny Carson television shows and see what I can find out and bring him back to life.
Very good. All right, we'll look forward to that. But hey, thanks for calling back, though. Yeah, I think that's a lot more investment than Pappy was looking at. I guess it all depends on how many panels you're looking to get. What do you say he's got? 27, 37? That's a lot of panels he's got on his place. All right, well, so speaking of, since he brought up Donald Trump and Mitt Romney, and we got the word, former President Trump does not just lead the Republican Party, he ostensibly owns it, according to the latest Suffolk University USA Today poll released yesterday. By a nearly 2-to-1 margin, Republicans would leave the GOP to follow former President Donald Trump to a third party, they say. We feel like Republicans don't fight enough for us, and we all see Donald Trump fighting for us as hard as he can every single day, says 27-year-old Brandon Keitel, a small business owner out of Milwaukee. Well, then you have establishment Republicans who just agree with the establishment Democrats on everything. They don't ever push back. But the poll found 46% of Republicans would follow Trump to a new party, compared to just 26% that would stay with the GOP, and the rest were undecided. A majority of Trump voters, at 54%, are more loyal to the candidate than the actual party. Just 19% believe Republicans should turn away from Trump and remain loyal to the establishment Republicans. So, you know what? Those are kind of the numbers that we had been talking about. And if Trump starts his own party, you talk about the fractured Republican Party, it technically could cause the Republican Party to no longer exist. They would cease to exist. They would have no influence whatsoever because they'd never win an election. But I found that rather interesting. We'll see what the Trumpster does. With that, we've got an hour yet to come here as we're underway on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of one dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday diesel treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, final hour on a Monday. Good to have you with us. And we've got available lines. Room for you at 844-844-3388. Email, as always, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Don't forget to go to overnightdriveradio.com. This will be our fifth and final week of our prize giveaway. Top prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. And everyone I know that's received one say they are top-notch. We've had 4 winners so far. Of course, past Friday's winner hasn't received theirs yet, but that'll be shipping out in short order. And second prize, of course, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. You got your 2 64-ounce bottles of the Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's a $175 value. Top prize, Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo, like a $200 value. So we'll be pulling a prize winner. We'll announce that on Friday morning's program, as we've done the past 4 weeks. All right, guy by the name of Kieran Kane said he was at the playground with his 2 children, and he heard what sounded like a sonic boom, he described it. He looked up to see a plane, black smoke in the sky, and hunks of metal hurtling down. He and his family rushed for cover in a nearby gazebo. They watched the wreckage fall as close as a couple blocks away. Later went out to photograph some of the damage. Said he passed a home with a hole in the roof. Another, he said, a giant metal ring had hit a man's RV, bounced off the garage, crashed down in front of the porch. It was just raining metal, he said. But the plane kept going. That was a United Airlines flight, Honolulu bound, with more than 200 passengers that returned to Denver International Airport shortly after takeoff Saturday afternoon, following an engine failure, which indeed, strewing debris at least a mile wide in yards and a park where children play. Police in Broomfield, Colorado, about a half-hour drive north of Denver, sending out a code red urging about 1,400 people to check their yards for fallen wreckage. Miraculously, officials said not a single injury's been reported. Flight 328 made it back safely to the airport. But I'm thinking, shortly after takeoff from Denver, imagine if that had not occurred until they were halfway between the West Coast and Hawaii. You kind of wonder, would that plane have been able to make it on to Honolulu, or would they have been able to make it back for an emergency landing somewhere along the West Coast? I'm sure some of the people on that flight, the more than 200 passengers, are all thinking the same thing. Now, Broomfield police tell the Washington Post that the park would have been so much busier with crowds of children playing soccer in the pre-coronavirus times, but we actually had a nice day, almost in the 50s. We're lucky the park wasn't full of people. But United Airlines confirming that the flight experienced an engine failure. I guess you'd have to call that a catastrophic engine failure. Shortly after departure, the whole damn thing blew up, essentially. They did not elaborate on the potential cause of the breakdown, but the Federal Aviation Administration over the weekend said the National Transportation Safety Board would be leading the investigation. I do believe, I think that was that a 777 that had the issue? Because I think they've grounded a number of 777s to have the planes checked. I'm assuming that's in association with that. But yeah, talk about a catastrophic engine failure. All right, let me see. Charles says, the only thing that blocks a homeowner from generating power during an outage is grid equipment. According to EMIS, who installs solar systems across the region, most solar systems are set up to use the grid as their outlet. Panels constantly generate power from sunlight only when they have somewhere for that power to go. Typically, that power flows back into the grid, and the users, like Heatwave was saying, receive a credit toward their usage. When the grid goes down, however, the solar systems are signaled to shut down until the grid comes back up. Not only would there be no outlet for the generated power, the electricity flowing back into the system could backfeed lines that the employees are out there working on. So when the grid is operating, the grid's like a big battery. The solar panels can send power back to the grid when needed and pull power back when needed to. TECO, Duke Energy, and FPL all agreed. They clarified that solar panel users can run their systems off-grid, but they'd have to have extra equipment to do that. They sent out a statement. Any issues or restrictions would be related to technology, not regulatory. If a customer's solar system is connected to the grid, it requires power from the grid to be operable. Inverters shut down when the grid goes down. Now, if the array has batteries, it can operate while the grid is down when isolated. Lastly, Duke Energy sent a statement. The National Electric Code and standards require distributed generators to disconnect from the grid during outages. Not Duke Energy. Private solar without battery storage relies on the power grid 24/7 to operate properly. When the grid is not available, they must disconnect for safety and power quality reasons. Private solar generators, just like our customers with emergency diesel generators, can design their systems to meet national codes and self-serve their energy needs during grid outages. All right, thanks for sharing that. Charles, appreciate that. All right, what's going on with Chevy Guy? Back with us, I believe. Hello, Chevy Guy. Take two.
Hey, can you believe there's anybody out there that doesn't know who AOC is? I mean, it's just amazing. I'm not insulting the caller or anything like that. It's just, I was amazed that you didn't know who AOC was.
Yeah.
But when you just think you're in New York City, you've suffered greatly with death with this pandemic, work outages because there are no jobs. I mean, in her district, there's no restaurants or just nothing going on, and you're suffering. And the lady's coming up with $3.2 million to go to Texas. Mind you, Sheila Jackson Lee. Now, this whole thing is, AOC is a vengeful young lady. She's a young congressman. She is very vengeful, and she's out to get Ted Cruz. And this is all that was about. She's joined up. She's going to be down there getting photo ops, passing out whatever. And I guarantee you, come next election, there'll be Ted Cruz saying, I made a mistake. He should have learned his lesson in Donald J. Trump and just stuck to his guns. I got my laptop, got my phone. I can take care of business anywhere. And I don't know if you do any shopping. I'm pretty well, my wife's not really able to do it. And I pretty well buy all the same stuff every week. I've got like 3 different main menus I do. Other than that, we got frozen dinners. But, I cook things, like chili and stuff that lasts 2 or 3 days. And that way I can come in and heat it up. But everything I bought this last Sunday morning is every bit anywhere from 40 to 50 cents more. I mean, milk's gone up. The jalapeno sausages that I buy, it's gone from at least 40 cents more. Just everything but the bread. The meat's gone up. Everything. I mean, it's starting to go up. So by the time they do come up with this $15 an hour minimum wage, everybody's going to be basically not gaining, hopefully not losing. But it's starting to come up, and I haven't heard much about the inflation level. Of course, we know the fuel's going up. So it is with all this. I'm sorry, but with all this stuff going on, your insurance rates got to go up. With all this, the crashes we've had and all the stuff going on, we're how do I say it? We're just got to get ready for it. It's one of these days our kids are going to look around after the Democrats especially start taxing everything down the pipe. They're going to start wondering, well, I don't understand why I go to work when I got only getting 40% of my paycheck. The rest of it's going to the government. And that's what they do over in Europe, and they seem to be happy with it. A lot of them don't own cars. They live in the cities, and they got public transportation. They get a lot of free stuff. But here, it ain't going to work out here. And well, I just wanted to jump in there and throw that out, and just I'm glad you covered the AOC deal and Ted Cruz, but Lord, that's a vengeful woman. Can you imagine when the day comes she takes over for Nancy Pelosi? It just they spend more time trying to destroy each other up there than they do working for the American people.
Well, and don't forget, she's a liar too, Chevy guy. She's a liar. She lied about her experience there on January. I mean, absolutely lied to the American people.
Have you ever heard anybody on the left, the news media on the left, confront her about that?
Of course not.
I haven't.
No.
I have. But boy, I tell you what, they've been confronting Ted Cruz, ain't they? That's what we got to deal with.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, Tim Boy.
All right, we got you there. Thank you very much once again, and Chevy Guy. Let me see here. Horse feathers. What's going on? Take 2, horse feathers.
Thank you for taking me back here quick, Your Honor. Hey, did you happen to catch that story up there on Lake Erie where there were some people out there on the ice and the ice broke loose and the Coast Guard had to go pick them up off the ice?
Seems like I saw something about that. Yeah, I did see something about that. That's not uncommon to happen up there on the lakes.
Now, did that ice break loose because of climate change? I mean, global warming? What caused that ice to break loose out there on those 4 people? I saw that on the news. That was the first thing I thought of, is how are they going to blame that on climate change?
Right.
So, I don't know. So, anyways, I didn't know if you touched back on that. And you were talking a little bit there about that guy with that electric bill down there in Texas. I sent you a text there, but I didn't know if you got that or not. But I saw something that guy, that electric company there that he's it is not really an electric company. It's just like a wholesale service or whatever. They're just the in-between go-to people. They never even own electric. They just kind of are the middleman, and they have access to go right into his bank account, I guess, at whatever time they want, and just deduct the money out of his bank account right from the time they get the cost of it and how much he uses, and then they just deduct it right out. I guess they could probably do it daily if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty crazy to have somebody with full access to your bank account like that. I think Big Ed said something about that. I heard that he would never, and it's like, yeah, there's no way. It's like if I'm buying something from you, you give me a bill, and I'll either pay you with a credit card or a check or cash out of my pocket.
Sure.
But you're not coming to get my money and then tell me how much you took. No. Anyway, so. Anyways, that's all I had there for you. I just want to touch back to that quick. So
fair enough.
No snow yet. We haven't seen any snow yet.
Still not there.
We're still waiting.
All right. Hang in there.
Yep.
Patience, my friend. Patience, my young Padawan. That'll be there eventually. It is 844-3388. Is it just me, or does it seem like everything Joe Biden's done since he was sworn in as president is getting the response of, this is going to be a disaster. This is going to be a disaster. Well, Joe's unwinding of our energy independence, according to Stephen Moore, is ultimately going to bankrupt the country. The idea that we're going to eliminate fossil fuels, that's a pipe dream. I was speaking in an interview this past day. We're not going to go from 80% fossil fuels down to zero in the next 15 years. Else we will bankrupt our country. Yeah, Moore said Democrats are arguing for renewable energy. Yeah, we're going to go solar, we're going to go wind. Now, we can't allow the technology to evolve and become better and more affordable as we use the resources that have made us energy independent, where we were under Donald Trump. We need to use the energy that we have. We have more oil, more gas, more coal than any other country. We've got 500 years worth of coal. We have at least 200 years worth of natural gas. We're not running out of this stuff. Biden needs to get with the program. He said, Trump used to say, I don't want America to be energy independent. I want America to be energy dominant. And we should be. We should be the energy dominant country in the world. Now, even the electric cars these environmentalists are seeking are going to require use of fossil fuels in generating the electricity. I don't have a problem with electric cars, he said. But you got to realize you have to have electric power to charge the batteries for your electric car. That takes and is going to continue to take coal and oil to do so. And if last week was not a great example of exactly that, with so many areas in the South with the rolling blackouts, and what was supposed to be rolling blackouts that turned out to be 3, 4, 5 days without power. Exhibit number 1, right? All right, who's next up here? I think Knucklebuster got some baloney for us. What's happening there, Knucklebuster? Go ahead. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Hey, I heard a guy was smuggling in. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we done lost our
No,
signal.
we got there. What's going on? Maybe he can't.
Oh, man, there was a guy down there in New Mexico. He got caught smuggling in 20 rolls of Mexican bologna down there in New Mexico. Ain't that funny? I mean, if you're going to smuggle something, do the dope, Brett.
Smuggling in bologna?
Yeah, he got caught smuggling in about 20 rolls of that Mexican bologna down there in New Mexico.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I mean, I've heard of crazy things smuggling in. That guy must really like bologna. Bring that many rolls in across the border. I'm not going to eat no Mexican bologna anyway. If my bologna ain't USA made, I ain't eating it there, right?
Right.
Shoot, I don't know. It's a crazy world we live in, but I'm like, Chevy Guy. I think it was Chevy Guy, or it might have been, Lord, I can't even. I didn't know who AOC was.
Yes.
I thought everybody knew who she was there. But I'm not knocking the guy. I mean, I don't pay that close attention to the news all the time either there. Buy your generator, people. Guaranteed if the power goes out, you turn that sucker on, and then you ain't got to worry about being cold or your food running or all that good stuff there. And shoot, I'm going to say, Big Ed, I ain't found a bottle with a big enough opening to pee in yet. So, and that's all of my baloney for today, Steve.
Okay. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning.
Bye.
Yeah, you got it. About 26 past the hour. All right. It's 844-3388. And, of course, last week, the plague of winter weather. Obviously, it was treacherous driving conditions for everybody, of course, including the truck drivers. And some of them are kind of speaking up to remind the public that no delivery is worth their life. So please be patient. It's been challenging. It's been challenging to just go out there and get 80,000 pounds behind your truck and drive on this kind of stuff. It changes so drastically that out of the blue, you have ice in the road and snow. Yeah, many times in the middle of the night, you're driving and you get a message from your company, hey, it's a mandatory shutdown. There's a segment of the road that's just not safe to drive out there. There's many truck drivers out there flipping their trucks because they think they can do it. Guess what? You're not a hero. Other drivers pointed out that trucking around motorists is stressful enough, but add ice and snow to the mix, it is nearly impossible. When it gets icy on the roads, stay home. Get off the roads. It's not worth your life. It's not worth killing somebody else, according to Sheila Reeves, a trucker of 15 years, who confided that her biggest fear is accidentally taking someone's life while she's behind the wheel, just because she was trying to push herself to make a delivery. I'm not hauling baby hearts, as I say. So it's not something they have to have right now. Many deliveries may be behind schedule right now, but it's for good reason. Now, even as the roads warm up out there, remember, please be safe out there, drivers. No load is worth your life. Yep. And at the same time, kind of a heartwarming story, drivers stranded at several Louisiana truck stops got a warm meal thanks to the kindness of some strangers last week. Jennifer Dunlap and Haley Huffman kind of led the effort to feeding truckers who had been stuck for days at truck stops along Interstate 20. When Dunlap noticed rows of semi-trucks lined up in the snow outside the Pilot truck stop off I-20, she was kind of inspired to do what she could to help. Shortly after, she pulled up to the station, had her vehicle fully stocked with food. With the help of some friends, she began handing out cups of warm soup and food to the hungry, stranded truck drivers. With no gas or food available at the truck stops, dozens of drivers were grateful for that kind offer. Her heartwarming gesture has gone viral on TikTok, where she reminded followers, don't forget about these people. They're the ones who sacrifice for you and your family. She then continued her efforts, posting again on TikTok that she passed out food at the Bossier and Minden Loves locations. And we had one final update. I think we touched on this Friday morning, where drivers were kind of speaking out, the logging truck community, angry that there were no leads, nothing further. In Alabama, where police may be one step closer to solving the murder of a truck driver that was found shot to death late last month. Jackson police say 22-year-old Hakeem Edmond and 20-year-old Kylan Taylor are persons of interest in the murder of the log truck driver, 72-year-old Thurton Dixon. Edmond and Taylor were arrested on unrelated charges. On January the 29th, they're being held at the Montgomery County Detention Center, but both of the men are currently charged with kidnapping and robbery unrelated to Dixon's death. These two guys allegedly kidnapped a male subject at gunpoint during an armed robbery at a Dollar General store there in Montgomery, Alabama. Now, Dixon was found dead near his truck at a gravel pit site in Jackson, Alabama, in the early morning hours of January the 28th. Again, this incident where the two were arrested was on the 29th. Dixon had been shot multiple times in what is thought to have been a robbery attempt. Ultimately, his body found by a worker at a nearby gravel pit who called 911. I guess the big key here is if they were able to, if they had the weapon that was used by these two individuals in the attempted armed robbery at the Dollar General store, ballistically, they may be able to match up. Hey, that may very well be the gun. I'm assuming that's probably what they're in the process of doing right now, going through ballistics. Again, if they have the gun, that's all the details they gave us. But hopefully making some progress because, again, the logging community guys are like, hey, it's been almost a month now, and we're going out of these dark wooded areas at all times of the night, the early morning hours, all by ourselves. All right, I'll get back to your calls here just ahead. Want to jump on board. It's a Monday. Our number's 844-844-3388. We return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Well, for hockey fans, it's become popular in recent years, and they set up these outdoor hockey rinks. And this time around, it was in the state of Nevada, State Line, Nevada. The setting, they say, was spectacular. But the ice conditions were far from it, which led to an extended delay between the first and second period of this outdoor game between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche at Lake Tahoe. National Hockey League decided to suspend the game, or actually halt the game, for more than 8 hours Saturday. After the bright sunshine and temperatures hovering right about the freezing mark led to, we'll just say poor ice conditions that had players and officials both repeatedly falling because of holes in the ice. NFL or NHL commissioner said, we've done over 30 outdoor games. This has been the most difficult circumstance weather-wise we've had. And it was a beautiful day, but if you look up at the sun, the cloud cover was everywhere but where the sun was. And it really did a number on the ice. So the game was halted after the first period, a little before 1 o'clock. This was Nevada time, West Coast time. The plan was to play the final 2 periods starting at 9 o'clock that night, which would have been the midnight hour, at the midnight hour on the East Coast. Now, there were some players that wanted to keep players playing. Others did not, but the final decision was in consultation with the union because of safety concerns. Avalanche captain said, yeah, we kind of wanted to go back out. It's probably a good decision that they moved it into the nighttime hours, but crews were working on the ice before the opening face-off, and the issues just kept cropping up over and over throughout that first period. We've never really had problems like this. We've played in some rain, we've played in some snow, but sunshine has always been the enemy of the ice. But the ice issues kind of took away from the spectacular setting for the game. They set this up, this makeshift rink, on the 18th fairway of a golf course on the shore of Lake Tahoe. And you had the snow-covered mountains in the background. Yeah, again, it's become very popular in recent years with those big outdoor NHL games. All right, let's get back to the calls here, and I think we've got Gary on the line. Hello, Gary.
Good morning, young man from down here in L.A. How are you?
Lower Alabama.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It has been about 9 years since we last spoke to each other. And when I found out that you have got a great, outstanding new gig, I decided I needed to call in after things got settled down for you and just say, we're still listening, brother.
How about that? Well, it's great to hear from you, Gary. You cross my mind every once in a while. I don't know. Do you send me emails here and there, or is that somebody else? Because I get emails from L.A., and I always think that must be Gary in Lower Alabama.
Every now and then, I do send you an email. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Steve, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for you. It's going to change the subject a little bit. But where is our ammunition going? And the reason why I ask, everything is the shelves are clear. You can't find what you need. Is it our government that is buying all the ammunition up?
You know, going back a couple of years ago, I know that they had talked about they had made some really large orders, but I'm not sure.
Reason why, and also the prices went up. We have a indoor range, and of course they sell weapons and ammunition. A friend of mine who works over there says they can't get any American-made ammunition. The only thing that's filtering in is junk from China. And he says that they used to buy at their facility 18,000 rounds, which would cost them $55,000. And now that is almost doubled. And so therefore, they can't afford to buy ammunition to keep it on the shelves.
Very interesting. I'm looking at a story from Outdoor Life I pulled up here while you're speaking. It said with an estimated 7 million new gun owners in the U.S. this year, and that would be for like 2020. Consumers have been panic buying rounds in everything from 22 to 300 Win Mag, and they say retailers are back ordered for months. And the pandemic's complicated the supply chain at the same time. And a lot of frustration. Let's see, these are probably the top three. They've some conspiracy theories, they say, that companies are stockpiling their product to drive up demand, that the ammo plants have shut down, or ammo companies are in cahoots to stop selling to civilians and selling it only to the military. It's worth noting, they say similar conspiracy theories cropped up during the panic buying and the ammo shortage back in 2014, but those are all just conspiracy theories, they say. The reality is, after a few years of tough sledding, the ammo companies simply cannot keep up with the unprecedented demand, apparently. So,
well, you probably already know the reason why they can't keep up with demand.
Well, because
my opinion,
every year people are buying more and more every time the threat of like Democrats taking control. I mean, under Obama's 8 years of Obama, people were buying, setting records every month and every year. The same thing continued, leading up to the election when they thought Hillary was going to get elected, and everybody was buying up. And I think there's probably another surge going right now that Biden's been elected.
Well, with Biden being elected, but who is pulling the puppet strings?
Right.
So I'm going to leave it at that. As I said, Steve, good talking to you. I'll call in from time to time, and y'all have a good day. And to all the drivers out there on the road, thank you very much for what you do and under the stress and strain that they are in.
Thank you so much, Gary, there in L.A., Lower Alabama. Good to hear from you. All right. The story from Outdoor Life went on to say accessing materials has been a challenge for the ammo companies, as well as for individual reloaders. Primers are hard to come by since there's been such a surge in factory ammo, and brass is another challenge. The brass market, for the most part, has seen unprecedented demand, not only in the ammo market, but the going back. Yeah, remember in the pandemic, there was a bit of a coin shortage that was driving up brass prices. Yeah, brass is a hard commodity to acquire right now. Every round that any ammo company makes, for the most part, has brass in it. Manufacturers are making ammo, and they're making lots of it. They say Vanderbrink has taken to YouTube to put some of the conspiracy theories to rest. His first video shot inside the Federal factory in Minnesota got more than 1.7 million views. He said, "I'm tired of the hate mail. I'm tired of people showing up at our factories. I'm tired of reading the misinformation on the internet about us not trying to service the demand." Then there was a follow-up video. He answers the common complaint. Where's all the hunting ammo? He said, Federal's been around for 99 years. We've made more hunting ammo this year than we have in any of the 99 years of our company, and certainly that wasn't enough. We understand that. Besides turning out rounds at the Federal plant, Vista is focused on getting the Remington ammunition plant running at full capacity there in Arkansas. They're bringing back some of their furloughed employees, and they're hiring hundreds of new ones to get Remington ammunition back on its feet. Ultimately, the consumer wins with this particular acquisition. So there you go. No one is quite sure when the ammo shortage will end, but it likely is not going to be anytime soon, he says. In the month of November here, several months ago, Vista reported a year's worth of backlogged ammunition orders in excess of $1 billion with a B. It's going to be a while. All the shelves are empty, so we'll have to fill the shelves. Understanding the political climate here in the U.S., the social unrest, all that stuff, that's all created unprecedented demand. So I'm not going to speculate, but getting the Remington factory up to maximum production will definitely help in the end. So there's just too many people. Too much demand, not enough supply. And I guess when product does become available, people are going up and buying en masse, hoarding, stockpiling. Well, I guess kind of like so many people did when the whole pandemic started, and you couldn't find a roll of toilet paper for love or money. All right, who's next up here? I believe Chris is on the line. What's happening this morning, Chris?
Nothing much, Steve. It's good to hear you again.
Thank you.
I got a good green energy story for you, but I was going to say a few things about that plane blowing up too. It's a 777. I don't know if it's one of the oldest ones, but they said it's the smallest one. It's a 200 series or something. And that was a Pratt & Whitney engine. Well, I don't know if they all use that, but they don't know if it's an uncontained failure. That's the specification they use. It blew the hell out of all the shielding, but they don't necessarily. It depends on which parts came out of it as to whether it's classified as contained or uncontained. But on this green energy, have you ever heard of the Crescent Dunes solar plant out of Nevada?
I'm not familiar. No, sir.
Oh, and they buried that pretty good. It was a $1 billion one of these mirror projects with a tower and the mirrors, and Harry Reid pushed it through, and Nancy Pelosi, when Obama was president, I think is when they got it through. The Department of Energy invested $750 million in this thing, and I mean they got it running for about 6 months, and then the tanks collapsed with all the salt in it. It was supposed to heat salt, and the salt would boil the water at night. Well, even if it worked right, the salt would be cooled off by midnight. And they spent $1 billion on this thing, and it never produced 20% of what it was supposed to produce. It went bankrupt. I don't think it ran for less than a year. And what's his name? Was supposed to. Who's the guy? The Oracle at Delphi, who they call him, or who the hell is he? The Oracle of Omaha. What's that? I never can
Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he was supposed to buy the electricity. I guess he owns a big power company out in Nevada. And he said, the hell with it. It's 4 times more expensive than solar panels. It didn't work at all. And the Department of Energy, the taxpayers underwrote the whole thing. They said we got about 50% or 50 cents on the dollar from what we put in there. They think Pelosi made a fortune off of it. Reed, it's called Crescent Dunes. It's pretty interesting if you read up on it. You talk about a solar scam, a green energy scam. And they said the bad thing about it is they've tried it on a smaller scale, and they knew they didn't have it, the technology to the point where it would work.
Mm-hmm.
They just pushed it through, and the taxpayers are paying, so who gives a damn, right?
There you go. Yeah, Warren Buffett, that's the guy. Oracle of Omaha,
Yeah,
Warren Buffett, the big money guy.
Yeah, he told him, shove it. I'm not, you can't deliver. It's 4 times what it's supposed to be. Well, it only produced 20% of what it was supposed to produce.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes them 2 months to melt this salt. It's the typical green nonsense. If they had put some burners under the salt, where to get the thing cooking, and then just heat it with the sun. But it was just a boondoggle. $1 billion it cost.
Wow.
Well,
we've seen a whole bunch of green energy companies. I'm going back under Obama's administration. How many failed green energy companies where they'd get millions of dollars in government loans, and then they'd go belly up, and they ain't paying none of those loans back. They're just, they disappear. I mean, it's been a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah, that solar panel company, Solyndra.
Yes,
I think that was worse than this thing. It was like $250 billion, and the money just vaporized. And the whole thing was a scam. And now we got his lackey in there, Joe Biden. He's just, they need to start suing that guy and not stop for the next 2 years. That's the way they operate.
Yes, sir.
Everything he's doing is illegal. It's just.
Well,
it's gonna be bad.
Somebody somewhere stands to get rich when they get all those multi-million-dollar loans and then just go belly up. Yeah, it's almost like somebody's they're greasing their palms.
Oh yeah, it's so damn crooked. That's. As any of what they say about this guy is true, I don't know how the hell he gets away with it. Nobody will call him on it.
That's because the mainstream media doesn't want to report on what's really going on. Yeah, green energy. Yeah, take you back a couple of years ago, and then the numbers have only grown, but this was, from Bloomberg Markets. It seemed like a good idea at the time. The annals of green energy filled with people who devised brilliant solutions to vaccine problems. We're going to deliver more power for less money. We're going to make things cleaner and easier and better. And yes, some became very rich and famous in the process. And then there were those who were less successful. They created systems that generated electricity, but it wasn't cheap. They struggled to move from the lab to the factory. Some had great ideas that were just ahead of their time. They start with SIG's solar cells. Solar is now one of the cheaper sources of electricity. But it wasn't always this way. Most solar cells contain polysilicon, which was very expensive 10 years ago. Cost peaked at about $475 a kilogram back in 2008, which forced them to search for alternative designs. That's where Solyndra came into the picture. The poster child was Solyndra. They received more than $500 million in U.S. loans guarantees to develop gas tubes. Meanwhile, burgeoning demand for clean energy led to a boom in polysilicon production. The price plunged. Solyndra could not compete with their rivals, ultimately filing for bankruptcy in 2011. Numerous other of their companies failed or were acquired in the following years. Let's see. Power grid operators, they like to keep electricity flowing at a smooth, steady pace. Flywheel energy storage, I guess another that went belly up. Cellulosic biofuels. I remember that one. We talked about that for years, where they were going to be making the biofuel very cheaply. And unlike your standard ethanol that's made from sugar or corn or sugar cane, they were going to use indigestible fiber in plants or trees. Less carbon emissions than oil. The plants suck up the carbon and all that. It was a very popular idea a decade ago. But then oil got cheaper. And the biofuels actually was going to cost more. And we're talking to the tune, it was going to cost like above $6 a gallon to produce it. They went bankrupt in 2014. The list goes on and on. Solar power towers, small wind turbines, marine energy, all companies that tried and failed, green energy companies. All right, we'll wrap things up right there here on a Monday. Thank you so much for joining us here as we get the new week underway. I appreciate hearing from some of our new callers, people finding us. If you help out by sharing with others, more will find us. Say, I didn't realize he was back. Indeed. All right, so have a great Monday. See you back here at the midnight hour tonight as we'll work our way into a Tuesday. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream